Hello and welcome to this Django tutorial. In this video, we will look at the project that we are to build in this series. So this is a store inventory management system where we will have a record of all the items that we have, how much of that item do we have, and we can click on the item. For example, I have a pen and the quantity of pen that I have in the store is 20. I can click on the pen and issue the pen out to somebody or receive that pen. For example, we have 20. And then I click on we have 20. I'm gonna click issue this item and I specify the quantity. Let's say I'm gonna issue out 5 and I'm gonna issue it out to F yellow. Click issue item. So now this item is issued successfully. 15 pens left in the store. So you can see that notification will tell us how much is left in the store. If you notice, previously we were not having this alert on the quantity. So since we've set the reorder level to 15, so once this quantity gets to 15, it's gonna alert us. To see the difference, I'm gonna click home. You can see for pens it is 15 and the mouse is 10. So both of these items reach their reorder level. So if I click on the mouse, you will see the reorder level is 10. So that means I want the system to alert me that this item is running low when it gets to 10. So I can click on the reorder level and adjust it. For example, I want to set it to 5. I'm going to click that. I'm going to type 5 and update reorder level. So now you can see we are now more alerted that this is running low. So each item you can individually set at what quantity that it will alert you. Okay, so this is how to issue out. Now let's say if you want to receive, for example, this pen is running low. I want to receive the pen and click on to receive this item. I want to receive 10 and click receive item. So now we have 25. If I head back to home, you can see we have 25 on the pens, we have 10 for mouse, we have 12 for keyboards. Now if I want to see all these transactions that happen in the system within a specified time, I can go to view issued report and then specify for the category, or maybe if I want to see a specific item, I'm going to click on pen and click view report. So you can see we have 15 pens left in the store. We had issued 12 of them, so we issued 5 pens and we have 15 left in the store. Okay, so I'm going to do one more for pen. I'll head back to home, click on pen. I'm going to click issue again. I want to issue out 2 this time to Ojame and click issue. So we have 3 left and it says issued successfully. Alright, so now if I head back to home and I click view issue report, so I want to see all the transactions for pen. I'm going to click view report. At some point we did a receiving. At some point we received 10. So after receiving 10 we had 25, and when I did another issue of 2 we had 23 left in the store. So if I want to see the receives for the pen, I'll have to go to home and click view receive report, and I can click on the pen and click view report. So you can see we've once received 10. After receiving 10 we had 25 in the store. Okay, so this is how to issue and receive devices or items in your store. Alright, so now if I want to create a new item, for example, we have another item in the stationery. For example, we have A4 papers. So I want to add A4 paper to the system. I'm going to go to add item. So I'm going to click stationery and I'm going to click. So here I don't have A4 paper. So I'm going to go to settings and create items. I'm going to type A4 paper and click create. So now I can head back to home, add new item. So I'm going to click the category that I want to put this item in, and I click A4 paper, the quantity, I can leave it at 0, or yeah, I can leave it at 0 and click create store item. So right now we have 0 items for A4 paper. So if I click on A4 paper, the reorder level is set to 0. I'm gonna set it to 10 and I click update reorder level. I'm gonna click on A4 paper and click receive this item, and then I want to receive, let's say 5, and I click receive item. So you can see we have 5 in the store. If I click on home, so that will give us the summary of all the items that I have. Okay, so this list can grow all the way up to 15, and you can be clicking on the next and back button if you want to see, or you can filter. I want to see only the, let's say for example I want to see only the stationaries. I can click stationaries and click filter. So this one will just display only stationaries. For example, I want to display the peripherals. I can click on that and it will display the peripherals. If I want to see all of them, I just have to select the blank and it will display all of them. Likewise, the item, I can click on the mouse and click filter, so that will show me just the mouse. Okay, so we have 5 A4 papers in the store and we want to issue it out. We click issue item, so we want to issue out all the 5, but we mistakenly type 6 and then say issue it out to assign and click issue this item. So it says issue was not successful. You cannot issue more than the balance in the store. 5 A4 paper left in the store, so it's gonna alert us that we have less than what we want to issue in from the database. All right, so I'm gonna click close. All right, so now I can go back to issue and then issue 5, issue it out to assign and click OK. You can now see we are successful this time. We will click on the export and then see whether we can export this item. Indeed, we are able to export it. So this is the file that was exported from the system, and it is a CSV file. Okay, so and you can do an export from the dashboard, that is here, and you can also do an export from the issue window. Okay, so now if I go back to home, here we have one item that reached its reorder level. Let's say now we have a lot of items in our store, but we just wanted to see only the items that reached the reorder level. I'm gonna click on reorder level report, so that will show us only the items that reached their reorder level. So we can export that and then go purchase them and then stock our store. That is this store management system, and this is what we are to build in this tutorial. We will be using Django as the framework, and Django uses Python, so we'll be working with Python, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to replicate this system from start to finish. Right, so I hope you'll enjoy this series. Stay tuned for the upcoming videos. Thank you. Alright, in this one, we will see how to prepare the system for Django deployment. By the end of this video, we should be able to load the default page of Django. This project will be built using Django 2.2 and Python 3. All the steps are available at our blog sites, appcoms.com. We also have a community page where you can ask questions if you face any issues while following the tutorials. The community is available at appcoms.com/community. I will put the link to the blog and the community on the description below. Now let's prepare the developer environment. So the first step is to open terminal, and so in my case I've already installed Python 3 since I've been working with it for a while. So to do that, if you want to install Python 3, you type sudo apt install Python 3 in your terminal. Alright, so the next step is to install pip3, and pip is the Python library that works with Python 3. And to do that, you type sudo apt install Python 3-pip, which I've already installed as well. Alright, so next you'll need to install the virtual environment. And I've been working with some projects in Django, and the virtual environment is also installed in my machine. So I'm going to move to step number 4. Alright, so in step number 4, we need to create a virtual environment for Python 3. We need a virtual environment when we want to work with multiple Django projects or multiple Python projects. Alright, so for example, I have a store inventory management system, and I also have another project, let's say a health management information system. So these two different projects might have different requirements. So because of that, we will have separate environment for each project. If the store management system needs Python 3, we'll have to create its own environment and install all its requirements within that environment. And that environment will be separated from another environment that needs other dependencies. Alright, so now to create the environment, here I'm gonna give the name venv to our environment. I'm gonna do virtual env -p Python 3 venv. So this is the name of the environment. So I'm gonna copy this code and paste it in the terminal. You can type it as well. I'm gonna paste it right here. But before I do that, I want to create this virtual environment within a folder that I have in my machine. So I'm gonna cd into this Django apps. So this is where I keep all the apps that I am developing. Like if I do ls, you can see all these apps that I've been working on. Now here, so I'm gonna create another folder called YouTube. This is not required, but I like to separate my codes in folders. I'm gonna create a folder called YouTube. I'm gonna cd into YouTube. Then within YouTube, I'm gonna create the environment. So this folder right here is just a folder, a regular folder. So whatever I'm working on regarding this project, everything will be within this folder. Alright, so I'm gonna expand that a little bit and take it out. Alright, so here I'm gonna paste this code, virtual environment. I'm gonna paste this code and press enter. So you can see virtual env is creating my environment, and now if I do ls, you can see I have a folder or an environment called venv. If I go into it by typing cd/venv and type ls, you can see I have bin, include, lib, and other files and folders. So this is not just a regular folder, but it is a folder that contains Python executables. So within here, I'm gonna isolate all the codes that are needed for this project. Right, so now I'm gonna activate this environment. To activate this environment, I'm gonna type source bin activate. So actually the script that I'm running, this activate script, is within the bin folder. So if I go into the bin, I'll see a file called activate. Now this right here, so within this bracket you should see the name of your environment. Alright, so that shows me that it is activated. So now if whatever installation I'm doing using pips, all of them will be contained within this environment. Alright, and that way it will not interfere with other environments in other projects that I'm working on, like seen up here. Okay, so now the next step is to cd and activate, which I've already done. Now I want to install Django within this environment. To do that, we type pip3 install Django. Now I can press enter right here, but I want to install Django 2.2, which I think is the default currently. I can press enter, or I can type equals 2.2. Alright, so this will download Django and install it within this environment. Alright, so Django is installed successfully, and to confirm that it is installed, I'm going to type pip freeze. So this will display all the dependencies that are installed in this environment. Alright, so next is to create a Django project. So within a Django project, we can have multiple apps. To do that, we type Django admin.py start project. Then the name of the project will follow. And in the script, I'm And in this video, I'm gonna give it a name of Django project. Press enter. Alright, if I do ls, you can see I have Django project within this environment. Now if I cd into the environment, now if I cd into the project, Django project, and if I do ls again, you can see I have another folder called Django project. So now this outer folder, this folder right here, I want to rename it to src. Now I'm gonna open the folder structure so that you see exactly what I'm talking about. Right, now if I open the environment, you can see we have Django projects. Now if I open Django projects, we have another one called Django project. So the outer one, I'm gonna go back one step. So this outer one is what I'm gonna right click and rename it to src. I can do this src, or I can use the command line to rename it, and then do mv Django project space src and press enter. Or I can just go to the folder and then right click and click rename and call it src. So either way would work fine. I'm gonna press enter, and now from here I'm gonna erase that, cd back, and then do ls. Alright, so I can see the folder is now changed to src. So I'm gonna cd into src and then ls. So you can see we have manage.py within src. Alright, so if you're a little bit confused, look at the folder that has Django project and manage.py, then rename that outer folder, rename it to src. So within src you should see Django project and manage.py. Alright, so that is step number 8. So I've already cd into src, that is the source code or the source folder. So now Django comes default with SQLite 3 database, and since we install Django, which is a Python framework, so this framework comes by default with tables. Like for example, we can have user tables, we can have authentications, and so on. So these tables needs to be created somewhere, right? So to create those tables, we will type python manage.py migrate. All right, python manage.py migrate, copy. Or I can just type python manage.py migrate. Alright, before I press enter, I'm gonna go back to the folder structure and show you the file that it will create. Now right here in the src folder, I'm gonna go back to the terminal and then right click and say always on top, and I press enter. You can see it has started creating this dblite 3 file. So this is the database that is coming by default with Django. So in this SQLite 3 database, we've created all these tables right here. So now if I scroll up a little bit, you can see we have authentication table, we have admin table, you will see we have another one called session. Now if I want to see the content of these tables, or if I want to see this table structure of this, I can open SQLite 3 browser, which is already installed. If you want to install it, just type sudo apt install SQLite 3 browser. So now I'm gonna open the SQLite 3 browser and show you the content of the SQLite database, this database that we have right here. All right, so here I'm gonna browse. I have to take out that, so I'm gonna click open database, then YouTube. I'm gonna open venv src and then open SQLite 3 browser. So you can see within the database we have tables like auth group permissions, auth users. So these are the tables that have been created. Now if I expand this table, you can see we have these fields within that table, right? So this was what manage.py was doing. It was taking all those codes that came with Django and create their tables within this database. All right, so I'm gonna head back to the blog and continue with the scripts. Now I'm gonna create a username. All right, so we're gonna create a super user, and this user is what we use to log in to the backend or the admin side of Django. Now at this stage, I can come right here and run this Python manager py run server, but I will not be able to log in because I don't have a username, right? So this command Python manager py create super user is what is used to create a super user that can log in to this server. So I'm gonna copy and paste it right here, press enter. So now this is gonna ask us a username. By default I logged in as Abaji in my computer, so it's gonna suggest leave blank to use Abaji. So I'm gonna maintain the username Abaji. So I'm gonna press enter. It's gonna ask for an email address. I'm gonna give it an email at abc.com. Enter. So it's gonna ask for a password. I'm gonna give it a password. You notice that if you type in the password, it will not be showing how much characters you're typing for a security reason. Alright, so super user created successfully. I'm gonna go to the next step, which is to run the server. So I'm gonna type Python manager py or that manager py manager py run server. Alright. Okay, so from this address I would be able to access the Django admin portal. Alright, so this is the last step, which is to run the server. I can click on that and you can see we have Django successfully installed. The install worked successfully. Congratulations. So this is your first Django powered page. And now if I want to log into admin, I will just type /admin and then I type the username that I created in the create super user command. And then you can see we're able to log in successfully. If I click on the users, you can see I have the username here. Alright, so this is how to install Django 2.2 in Linux environment. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you do, please give us a like button. If you want to see more videos from us, please click on the subscribe button. Hi everyone, Abaji here again, and this time we are here for Windows users. In this video, we will look at how to install Python 3 and Django in Microsoft Windows 10. This would work with any recent version of Windows. And as usual, all the steps will be available at appcoms.com blog site, where you can copy and paste as you're following the videos. And to find the steps, you can go to appcoms.com and click on the search button and type how to install Python 3 and Django in Windows. So that will take you to this blog post. If you have not subscribed yet, please click on the subscribe button so that you will not miss any videos from us. Alright, so here are the steps. Step number 1 is to download Python 3 from python.org by clicking on this link, or you go to www.python.org, which I already have open here. So go to downloads and click Windows. Alright, so scroll down and click latest Python 3 release. I'm going to scroll down again and choose the version that will work with my operating system. So currently I'm running Windows 10 and it is a 64-bit version. So right here I have Windows x86-64 executable installer. That's the version that I'm going to download. So if you're not sure which one to download, you can click on the start button and type system info and press enter. So right here, system type, you will see the type of Windows that you're using. So I'm using x64 base PC, so that means I have to download the 64-bit version. But this installer right here supports both x86 and 64-bit. That is, if you have 32-bit or 64-bit, it will run fine on your machine. So I'm going to click that and the download will start. So right here, the download is completed and I'm going to click on that to start the installation. I have a smart screen notification, so I'm going to click on run. Maybe this will not be captured in the record, but I'm going to click run. And right here, I'm going to select add Python 3.8 to Py. This is very important. You have to make sure you select this and click customize installation. Make sure the pip is selected and click next. This is also very important. Make sure you select install for all users and click install. So while the installation is progressing, we can go to the next step, and that is to allow PowerShell to run executable files. So open PowerShell by clicking start button and typing PowerShell. Right click PowerShell and run as administrator. Click yes on the prompt. Okay, so here you're gonna copy and paste this, set executable policy to unrestricted. Paste it right here and select yes by typing Y and press enter. Now we want to verify that Python is installed correctly. Okay, so we will have to wait for the installation to be completed. Alright, so now once the installation is completed, we can verify that it is installed properly by typing python-v, python-V. Alright, so right here we have Python 3.8.2. So that shows us that the Python is installed properly or installed correctly. Alright, so the next step is to install a virtual environment. You can install Django without using virtual environment, but the advantage of a virtual environment is we can be working on multiple projects on the same machine. So now what this one will do for us is I can have a store inventory management system like this one and also have a clinical management system, and both will be running on my machine in their own containers. So now what the store inventory management requires to run might be different from the clinical management system. So you will have to put them in their own containers, which we call virtual environments. So now each of those environments will have, or each of those applications will have a different requirements, and those requirements will be installed in the environment. We can enable those apps to run. All right, so now we will install the virtual environment by typing pip install virtual env, which I already have installed on my machine. All right, so the next step is to create a folder. In this folder is where I'm going to create all the documentation, the requirements, and everything else related to this app, right? So now to create a folder, or this MD YouTube is how to create it in the command line, but I'm going to use the Explorer to create it, and I'm going to go to drive C and right clicking it in a new folder and call it YouTube. All right, so now I want to cd into the folder. I'm going to type cd c:/YouTube. Right, so right here I'm in this YouTube folder, and in the YouTube folder is where I will now create an environment. All right, so now to create an environment, you can type python-m-v-env, then the name of the environment, right? So this is the command, python-m, then the name of the environment will follow. I'm going to copy it and then paste it right here. So if you want your name of the environment to be Django environment or whatsoever name you want to give it, you're going to remove this env and then type the name of the environment here. So I will name my environment venv, right, and press enter. Right, so now when I go back into the folder and click and open YouTube, you can see we have venv and we have include lib scripts in the venv. So this shows us that the environment is created successfully. Right now, if I open scripts, you can see we have a file called activate. Right, this is the file that, or this is the script that we will use to activate this environment. And to activate the environment, we're gonna cd into it first, and then type scripts/activate. So right here, you can see this venv in a bracket. The name of your environment will appear right here in this bracket. So that tells you that the environment is activated. So whatever I install with a pip command will stay in this environment. Okay, so now we want to install Django right here, right? So I'm going to type pip install Django and press enter. Alright, once Django is installed, the next step is to create projects, and within projects we will now have apps that are controlled by this project. Okay, so to create a Django project, you're gonna type Django admin.exe start project, then the name of the project will follow. In this case, we're naming our project Django project. Alright, so I'm gonna type Django admin start project, and the name of the project is Django project. All right, if I open this folder again, you can see we have a folder called Django project, and if I open Django project, you have another folder called Django project. So now I'll go back one step, and the outer folder, the one that contains Django project and manage.py, I'm gonna rename that. I'm gonna go back one step, right click this and name it as src, so meaning our source codes. So the src, if I open it, I should see Django project and manage.py. So this src is what is gonna contain all the codes that we have within this environment. Okay, so now I'm gonna cd into the src and then create the tables that come by default with Django. So now if you look into the codes of Django, you will see that it has prepared codes that are ready to be created in a table, okay, or in a database. All right, now to create these database tables that comes by default with Django, we will type python manage.py migrate. All right, so now if I press enter, you'll see in the src, you're gonna see this file being created, db.sqlite3, right? So this is the database. So this is the database that comes by default with Django, and in this database, it has created all the tables that Django have by default. To see the content of this database, I've already installed SQLite3 browser. Now I'm gonna click Open Database, and then navigate to where I have the database, YouTube, and then open venv, src, then the database. So within this database, you can see we have auth group permission. Now if I want to see the table structure of the auth user, I'm gonna click on that. You can see we have ID, password, last login, and so on. All right, so that is the database. And now what we want to do is to have a username that we can use to log into Django. Now to create that username and a password, we'll type Django manager.py create super user. It will ask for a username, an email address for that user, then the password, type the password again. So now we can start the server by typing python manage.py run server. All right, now we can go to this address to see the app running. Okay, I can type that address or localhost:8000. The installation worked successfully. So this is the default Django page. So now to log into the admin, you can type /admin and then type your username and a password. Great. So this is the admin site, and within the admin site by default we have groups and users. So if I click on the users, you can see we have Baji as a username. So you can click on add user right here to create more users. So this is how to install Django in a Windows environment, and I hope you enjoyed this video. If you do, click on the like button. If you have any questions, you can put them in the comments below. Otherwise, see you in the next video. In this one, we will start developing the application, and this will be the first video where we will do some coding. We left the last video with a default page of Django, so we're gonna take it up from there and develop the app up to the stage where we can input data using the admin. Alright, so to start this server, I will open the terminal, and if you are a Windows user, you will open PowerShell. So in Linux, I'm going to use terminal. So to navigate to my application or the project I started developing the last video, I'm going to do cd Django apps, YouTube, then venv. So from this folder, I can now activate the environment by typing source being activated. Alright, so I'm going to navigate to src where I have my source code. So from here, I can now start a Django application. Before starting the application, I will open Sublime. If you have not installed Sublime yet, please install it. We want to have our source folder displayed like this. Alright, so if you are opening Sublime for the first time, you'll have to go to File, Open Folder. Then you navigate to where you have your project, the Django project. So in my case, I'm gonna go to Django apps, YouTube, then I'll open venv, and I'm gonna click on the src and click open. Alright, so that will open the project in these three formats. From here I can expand the project and see all the files within this folder. Alright, so we're gonna create an app, and I'm gonna call my app stock mgmt. Alright, so we will use the Django command to create an app. So to do that, I'm gonna go to terminal and type python manage.py start app. Then the name of the app will follow. So my app name will be stock mgmt. Enter. Here you can see we have the stock mgmt app, and if I expand it, we will have admin.py, apps.py, models.py, test and views. Today we're going to look at the models.py, and this is where we create all the tables that are related to this application. Right? So any model that we create here will be created in the database as a table. So the first model that we're going to create, or the first table, will be the stock table, the table that will contain all the stock. Right? So now that is the code I have right here, but before doing that, I'm gonna make sure I have this stock mgmt application set up in the settings file. Right? So this will allow me use commands like make migration and migrate to be able to update the database of this application. Right? So now I'm gonna go to the settings file. You can find the settings file from Django project, then you'll see settings.py, and inside settings.py you will have install apps. So right in install apps is where you're gonna type the name of the app that you just created. Alright, so the app name is stock mgmt. So I'm gonna save this and then go back to models. Then I'll go to the blog and then copy this code right here, class, copy and paste it in models.py. Alright, so now this is gonna be our table. The table will be called stock. In the table we'll have field called category, item name, quantity, received quantity, received by, issue quantity, and so on. So these will be the field names in the stock table. Alright, so now before creating this table in the database, I'm gonna open the SQLite browser so that we look at the database content before modifying it. So I'm gonna click on open database, navigate to where I have my application, the project that I'm working on, and I can find it under YouTube, then venv, src, and that's the database. I'm gonna double click on it or click it and then select open. Right, so now if we take a look at this database, we cannot see a table called stock. So we have the auth group, we have the auth group permission, the auth permission, but we don't have the stock table yet. So this is what we want to create. If I head back to the terminal, I'm gonna type python manage.py, make migration. Here you can see create model stock. This make migration command will create a script that will be used to post or to create the table in the database. Alright, so now this script is right here in migrations folder. You'll have this 0001 initial.py. If you open it, the make migration command that we just run created this script, and this script is going to be used to create the table in the database. And here the table will be called stock, and it will have this field. So I'm going to close this. Make sure you don't modify any line in that script. Okay, so now I will head back to terminal and then type python manage.py migrate, enter. So when I do that, it's gonna take that script and create a table in the database. So I'll head back to the database and then reopen it, and now you can see we have the stock table. the name will be the name of the app underscore the table. So you can see we have it right here. And if I expand this, you can see we have all the fields that we defined in the models.py. It will add an ID to it by default. Alright, so this is how to create a table in Django. So before we end this tutorial, we want to make sure we can input data in this table using the admin. Alright, so now if I start the app by typing manage.py or Python manage.py, run server, and then open the application, doing /admin, you will be able to log into the admin portal. We don't have the option to interact with the table that we just created. So now we do that by registering that model in the admin.py file. Alright, so now if I head back to Sublime, so right here you have admin.py. So this is where you register all the models to be displayed in the admin portal. Alright, so if you go back to this site or the blog site, you will do an import from the models, import a stock table, alright, or the stock model, and then register it in the admin portal. Alright, so we will import from the models, import stock, right? From model, import stock. This means we're gonna look into the models.py file and then import any class that is called stock. Right, so we just did that, and then the next line is to register this stock inside admin. Alright, so if I save it and then refresh the admin portal, you can see stock just displayed. And if I click on the stock, we can now click on add stock and we can fill this form. We have a category called IT equipment, and then the item name will be, let's say, keyboard. You have a quantity as 1, and then click save. Okay, so you can see we have one stock object, but now we want to display the name of the item that we have in the table, right? But our application is not built to show that. To do that, we're gonna head back to models.py, create a function __str, open bracket, self, and now we're going to return self dot item name. Okay, so if I save it and then refresh, you can see now we are displaying the name of the item. All right, so that is what this function is doing for us. All right, okay, so now if you want to display both the name and the quantity, we're gonna do some concatenation, self dot quantity. If I want to concatenate the name of the item and also the quantity, these two are different data types. Like the name is a string, you can see it is a character field, and the quantity is an integer field. It will throw an error. Like if I save it and then try to refresh the page, I'm gonna have an error. Right, so now to fix this, I'm gonna convert this to a string, an str, save it and then refresh. You can see we'll have keyboard and 1, but now we want to put a space in between. I can concatenate a space again and then refresh. You can see we have keyboard and 1. So now if we have more stocks, and their quantity will be displayed right in here. So in the future videos, we will see how to style this admin portal so that it looks great. But in this video, we just want to see that we can add data. We can also click on the keyboard and then edit it. Like if I want to change the quantity to maybe 5, I can do that and then click on save. From the admin portal, I can also select the keyboard and then select delete from here and then click go. And if I click yes, it will be deleted from the database. So you can see how powerful Django can be with just a little amount of coding. This is how to create a table in Django and also how to register it in the admin so that we can work with the data. See you in the next video. This is video 5 of developing a stock management system. So in this video, we're gonna customize the admin. In the last video, we've seen we can use the admin to input data and also update the data from the database. And also we looked at how to display the item name and the quantity. And this one, we're gonna display it in a table format. And we will want to display the category plus the item name and also the quantity laid out in a table. So that will give our application a better look in the admin portal. So the first step is to create the forms.py file. Since Django did not come with this form.py, we need to create it. Alright, and we will create it in the stock management. So I will start the development server. So I'm in Linux, I'll be using terminal. If you are in Windows, you'll be using PowerShell. Alright, so I'm gonna cd into the application. I have them in Django apps, YouTube. Then I will go into the environment, then activate it by typing source being activate. So if you're in Windows, you'll have to use that script activate. Alright, so now I will cd into the src where I have the source code, and I can now do Python manage.py run server. Alright, so now I can open another tab and then look at the application. So that was the default Django page. I'm gonna do /admin to log into the admin side. So last video we take a look at displaying this stock table in the admin, and if I click it, I can see all the items that are in this table. Alright, so I've added 3 items. For desk it has 5, keyboards 10, and mouse 50. So I can, if I click on the add button, this is the form that we used in the last video to add this data in the table. Alright, so in this video it will be a little bit different, and we're gonna customize this to look like a table. Alright, okay, so the first thing to do is to create the forms.py. So I'm going to open Sublime, my text editor. If you're not using Sublime, you can use any other text editor like VS Code or something. Alright, in stock management app, I'm going to right click it and then click new file. So I'm going to import the form. So like if you look into the steps, you will see in the forms.py module, import Django model form. Alright, so there is this Django built-in model forms that we want to import in the forms.py that we just created. You can do from Django import forms, from Django import forms. I'm gonna save it as forms.py, and this will be saved in the stock app, right? The stock management app. Within the stock management app, you're gonna see admin, apps, forms, model, test, and views. Alright, so make sure you have forms.py in the same place where you have the views, the models, and so on. Alright, so I'm gonna go to the next step. In this forms.py module, I'm gonna need the stock. Alright, so and the stock is in models.py. Alright, the next step is to import it from .models import stock. So because we are in the same directory with the model, the form is in the same directory with the models, I'm gonna type from .models import stock. Like I said, this stock is what we are importing. So it is case sensitive. Make sure you capitalize the S if you have it as a capital S. So I'm gonna go down and then create a form, right? So if you scroll down a bit, we're gonna create, step 3 is to create stock create form. So this is the name of the form that I'm gonna create. Alright, so I'm gonna name it stock create form. Alright, so this is the form that we're gonna create. I'm gonna copy this and paste it right here. So right there, forms.model form is what we are importing here. Alright, so Django has a built-in model forms that can be used to create and attach to a model. So I can use this form to update data directly in the models. So that's why we are importing these forms inside the built-in Django application. All right. We are also importing the stock that we have created in the previous video so that we can use it right here. So the model is stock, and we're gonna use these fields. I'm not going to use the entire field. I'm just gonna use the category, the item name, and the quantity. So if I save it, I have a form. In forms.py, I have a form called stock create form. So step 4 is to import the form we just created in forms.py. We will go to admin.py, that is the file right here, and we will do from.forms import stock create form. So remember, that's the form we just created in the forms.py. All right, because we want to use the form in the admin.py, I'm going to import it right here. Okay, so I'm going to step down. I'm going to come down below the import model like what we did in the last video. So you're going to copy this code right down here and paste it here. We're going to create a class, and that class will be named stock create admin. So now this is the naming convention I maintain. In forms.py, I created a form stock create form because that form will be used to create stocks. Okay, and in the admin.py, it's going to use the built-in admin customization. All right, so we will use admin.modaladmin, and we will have a list display. So this list display is used to define what you want to see on this screen right here. What do I want to display in a table, right? So in the list display, I have category, item name, and quantity. For now, I'm gonna comment list filter and search fields. Then I'll show you that shortly. So we've created this class to customize a model, but we don't define yet which one to customize. So it's sitting here as a class but not used. So to do that, to customize this page, I'm gonna use this stock create admin right here, comma stock create admin, and save it. So this is the model, and this is the customization we're gonna apply to it. If I save it and click refresh, you can see this page is now displayed in a table format. Okay, so we have the category, we have item name, and the quantity. If I want to display any other field, I can just come here and then do comma. For example, if I want to do issue by, I'm gonna add it right here. Save it and then do a refresh. You can see it's added just after the quantity. All right, you can also shuffle them. Like if I want the receive by to be right here, I will have category, item name, issue by, then the quantity, and refresh. You can see it is category, item name, issue by, and then quantity. So this is how to customize the look of the admin page. All right, but now I want to remove this and then show you what list filter does. Okay, I'll do the search field first. I'm gonna uncomment it, save it. If I click on the refresh, you will see the search bar will appear right up here. We can define what we can search using the search bar, and that is done by the fields we have here. So we have category and item name. Okay, so now any keyword I put in here, Django will look into the category field and also the item name. Like for example, if I type FUR, that is for furniture, I press enter, right? You can see we display with this furniture. And if I do desk, and if I do, let's say keyboard, that is under the item name, and click search, we have keyboard. With this search bar, we can do a search based on the category or the item name. So that is for search. And for list filter, if I uncomment it and click save, we have a list filter for category only. Okay, and if I refresh right down on the right side, you will see a list filter. All right, so I'm gonna click refresh. So you can see we have filter. Okay, and I can filter by category because that's what we define in list filter. If I click on furniture, it will filter and show you only the furnitures. And if I click IT equipment, and will show all the items under the IT category. and I can click on all to show me all the items or all the categories. Alright, so now one more thing, we can go to add. If I click on add stock, previously we have the entire fields displayed here in the add stock. Okay, so in this customization, here we define a form that will be used, and if you can remember, if I go to forms.py, we only specify the category, item name, and the quantity. Any other field I want to display the form, I'm gonna add it right here. For example, if I do a comma and then the name of the field will be, I can do a comma, save it, and refresh. So you can see the issue by is added to the form. Okay, I'm gonna remove it and save it, refresh again. So we can add one more category with furniture, and I'll say chair 20, save. Alright, so this is how to customize the admin, and I hope you enjoyed this video. If you do, click on the like button. If you have any questions, put them in the comments below. Otherwise, see you in the next one. In this video, we'll look at how to use views, the path, and templates to provide information for the users of the application. For every web application or website, users always get information by reaching a URL. Now, if, like for example in appcoms.com, if I want to go to the home page, I'm gonna click on home, and information in the home page will be rendered on the browser. Alright, so first we have to turn on the application by opening the terminal and navigate into Django apps, YouTube, and then the environment. Activate the virtual environment by typing source bin activate, and I cd into the source code, then type .manage.py run server. Now if I open localhost, you can see by default Django knows that we've not done any URL work on the app. Alright, so when that happens, it will load the default Django page. Okay, so now we want to be able to go to the home page of our app and not this default Django installation page. Okay, alright, so to do that, we're gonna run through these 4 simple steps, and then we'll be able to see a custom or a customized home page of our application. So the first step is to create a templates folder. This is not required, but it is generally a good practice to have your template within your app, so that if you are to deploy that app somewhere else, you just have to take that application folder and then it goes with the template. Alright, so I'm gonna create a templates folder in the application. So I'm gonna open Sublime for that. In the Stack Management app, I'm gonna right click and click on New Folder and type templates. So within templates is where I want to put all the HTML documents. Alright, so the templates folder is right here. I'm gonna right click and then select New File, save it as home.html. So I'm gonna create some HTML document. Okay, I'm gonna give it a title of home, and I'm gonna do some text. Let's say welcome to our home page. Save it. Now we want this home page to render on the browser when we go to the home page of our application. So we've created step 1 and then step 2. Now we are to move to views.py and create a view. So now in the views is where the magic happens. So I'm gonna copy this code and head over to the application under views.py. I'm gonna paste it right down here. So now what does this do? I'm gonna create a function like a home view. We call this views, and within the view I'm gonna have a title, and that title will be welcome to this home page. Okay, so this is different from what I type here. I'm gonna remove this for now. So I'm gonna show you how that works and how that we can get that information from the views. Now here we're gonna have a title, and the title is welcome. This is the home page. Okay, so we're gonna have a context, and within the context we have variables. So these are the variables that we can specifically call within the HTML pages. Okay, so for now I'm gonna leave it as is, and then show you how select or call this title, and that title will display this text right up here. All right, so now it's gonna return the homepage.html and the context. So the context is what we have right down there. Okay, so now this home.html was what we just created here, and now the next part is to have a URL that calls this view. Right now, if we go to the home page, this is how websites work. If I want to access some data, I'm gonna do /about, and it will take us to about page. Okay, so by default, if I leave everything blank and press enter, that's the default page, or that is the home page. So to get to the home page, we have to have a URL that calls this view. So that is done in urls.py file, and that can be found in Django projects, then urls.py. So as an example, you can have /admin, and that will take you to a whole set of URLs within the admin application. So now that's the reason, if you do a /admin, this URL takes you to another set of URLs that calls different views and eventually get this page. Okay, so now we want to have a default one, and the default one looks just like this. Okay, so I'm gonna have this, I'm gonna copy this, copy and paste it just before the admin part. So now if you look at this, it's having a blank string. If I just go to the domain name of the application without having any /something, then it will match this part. Okay, and now if it matches this part, which view do we want to render on the browser, or which view do we want to call? Okay, so the view is like this, views.home, but now this is a variable and we don't have that variable yet, so that's why we have to import that variable. Like at this stage, if I click on the save button and I try to run the application, it's gonna give me an error. Okay, in fact, if I look at the terminal, you can see the application already breaks. It says path admin invalid syntax. Okay, this one is something different, so I'm gonna look at what is causing that. Okay, so right down there I have a comma. The comma should be above on this other line. I'm gonna save it, try to run the server again, and you will see the error that I was talking about. If I save it, it says name views is not defined. All right, and it is on line 20 of urls.py. So if you look at line 20 of urls.py, line 20 is right down there. The name views is not defined. Okay, so this view is not defined, so that's the error that we saw right there. Name error, name views is not defined. All right, so this is an easy error to read. That means the views on line 20 is not defined. Okay, so now I have to import this view before I can use it. So if you look at the sample above here, you can see from my app import views. Okay, so I'm gonna copy that line and bring it just below the part, paste it. From my app, the app name is stock mgmt. From stock mgmt import views. Okay, stock mgmt. Okay, so I realize I have an extra G. I'll fix that later. So I'm gonna save it and then run the application again. You can see this time the app run fine without an error. So let's try to go to the home page and see what will happen. The default application homepage disappears and we have a blank screen. Okay, it's not really blank, but we don't specify what we want to render on this browser. Right now we have a custom home page or a custom HTML page that is rendering on the browser, but now there is no information to display. Okay, if you look at the tab right here, you can see home, and if you go back to the source code, I'll open home.html and you can see I have a title home. Okay, so now if I change this to my home and save it, refresh it, you can see it changed to my home. Now if you want to render data on the page, that's the time you'll need these variables within this context. Now if I want to render out title, I'm gonna go to the template or the home page, and let's say I'm gonna render it out here in the body. So Django called this template tags, and now we will look at our first template tags, and that is to and they are variables on the browser. So now if I use title, that's the name of the variable I have right here, and refresh on the page, you can see the title just displayed. Okay, so I can have a lot of this in the views. Okay, I can have another one and name it form. In the browser, what we are rendering on the browser is not this one, is actually this. Okay, so now this is the variable itself, the one that we assign right up here. So now if I save this as form, and I can change this to any text right here, like for example test, save it, and if I open the home.html, I can do another template tags that will render the text, save it. You can see we are able to display that data as well. So this is how the HTML pages, the views, and the URLs work together. Now if you understand how all these pieces fit together, the template, the views, and the URLs, so this is one of the key things that you need to understand with Django, with any MVC framework, which Django is one of. So now if you understand the URLs, how they connect to views, and then how they're able to put information on the browser using the HTML or the templates, you have understand a big concept of Django or any MVC framework. Alright, so we will take it up from here in another video and see you in the next one. Alright, in this video we will list out the items that we have in the database on the front end of our application. So this will be a quick video with just 3 simple steps. We're going to create the template, we create the view, and also the URL. Okay, if you have not subscribed yet, please click on the subscribe button and turn on your notifications so that will alert you anytime we upload a video. So now I'm going to start with the view by going to the views.py and create this view. But before that, I'm going to start the server, YouTube, the environment, and then source being activate, run server. So I'm going to Sublime, and then in views.py we're going to create a view which is very similar to the home view. I'm going to copy the home view and then change the name to list items. Okay, so the title, I'll call it list of items. Okay, I'm going to remove the form. Okay, so we'll have a view very similar to the home. So this here will be list items .html. Alright, so we're gonna add one more variable right above here, and we're gonna call it a query set. Okay, so the query set is responsible for doing a query into the database and then assign all the objects that it found to this variable. Okay, so to do that, we're gonna have the name of the table, that is the stock table that is in models.py. So we have that as stock.objects.all. Okay, so this will do a query on the database and assign all the items from the stock table to this query set. Okay, so now to list out those items on the browser, we're gonna have the query set also in the context. Query set we have here as query set as well. So I'm gonna save it and then create the HTML page. Alright, so in the templates folder we're gonna create a new file and save it as list HTML. So we're gonna save it as this file name right here. Okay, list items. Okay, file save list items .html. So I'm gonna create a HTML document and I'm gonna give it a title of title. Alright, so that is the title that we have here. In the body, I'm gonna create a for loop that will go through this list of items that are assigned to the query set and then list them out on the template right there. Okay, so in Django, this is how you create that for loop on the templates. Alright, so I'm gonna do for instance, this is the variable name, for instance in query set for instance in query set. So this is the variable right there. Okay, so this variable can be anything. It can be for items in a query set, for stocks in a query set, whatever variable that you want to give it, you can type the variable right there. So I'm going to use instance, for instance in a query set. So in the for loop, we're going to have the template tags instance dot item name. So that's the item name right there. Okay, so instance dot item name, and then we're gonna have a comma, and another instance dot quantity. Okay, so we're gonna end the for loop, and for, and save it. So now the next step is to go to the URLs, the py, and then create a URL to be able to give us a route to this page. Okay, so the URL will have a pattern like this: list items. Okay, so the name will be, the name of the view is list items, and I'm gonna give it a name of list items. Okay, so now when I go to that URL, alright, so now when I do localhost / list items, I should be able to see the items. So we have mouse 50, keyboard 10, desk 5, chair 20. So I want to break the line just after the quantity. Alright, so after every line it should make a BR. Save it, refresh again. We have mouse 50, keyboard 10, desk, and chair. Alright, so this is how to render the items you have in the database onto the front end of the application. So if you enjoyed this video, please click that like button. If you have not subscribed and you're enjoying this content, please click on the subscribe button, and see you in the next one. In the last one, we looked at how to list out the database content of our application and render them on the browser. In this one, we will look at how to input those data in the database. So if you're not a subscriber, please subscribe to our channel so that you will not miss videos like this. So currently our application doesn't have an entry form. So now if I open the application, let's run the server first. I'm gonna see into the directory, activate the environment. Okay, and then run the server. Alright, once the server is running, we can now open the application. Okay, so this was our home page. Alright, so let's look at the URL pattern of our application. If I go to the projects and open URLs.py, so this is our URL pattern. To see the list of items, I'm going to do / list items. Let's go items. So this is what we did the last video. We were able to list out all the items from the database and then render them on this browser. So in this one, we want to look at how to input these details in the application. Currently, if I want to input data, I'll have to do /admin and then login. Okay, so now if I want to input data, I'll go to stocks, and then I will see the list of stocks that we have. Then I can do add stock. So once we fill this form and click save, it will be added to our stock list. Okay, and we can see all of them right here. So in this one, we want to be able to go to a URL like add items or add item, and the application should be able to give us a form where we can add these items through the front end of the application. Okay, so we have an error, page not found. So that means the URL that we are trying to reach is not available on our app. Okay, our app doesn't know about it. So these are the only 3 URLs that it know about: the home URL, the list items, and also the admin. From the block, the first step is to create a view. So I'm going to copy this view and then explain what's going on. And this will be pasted in views.py. Alright, so I'm going to open views.py. And below the list item view, I'm going to paste it right here. So now if you look at the add items, we have this form, stock create forms. Okay, So make sure it is imported from .forms, import stock create form. So on this view, we will have a form, and the form is the same form that we created in customized admin video, right? So I'm going to use this form, and this form, to remind you, the form is at forms.py, was created right here, and it is having these fields: category, item name, and the quantity. Okay, so now from the views, if I fill this form, before we save the form, we want to check that it has passed the validation. Okay, so later when I go to forms.py, we will add some validations right here. So we want to check whether it passes that validation. So once the data is validated, it will now do form.save. That means the data that we add in the form will be saved in the database. Okay, so the context is just the same as what we have in the list items. So we'll have the title as add items, and then we will have the form that is assigned up here. So we have two template tags. So in the template, we can use the form and title as the template tags to render these variables in the browser. Okay, if you look at the list item view and the add item view, we have slight differences in the title. So with this, the title, we assign it as a variable up right here. Okay, and the variable has this string. Okay, and in the context, we are calling this variable right here. Okay, so with this one, we are defining the string right in the context. So these are the same things, but accomplished in slightly different ways. Okay, so now we're gonna render the request, the template that we'll create shortly, and also the context, that is the one that we have in this context variable up here. Okay, so we're gonna return render the request, the add items.html, and also the context that we have right here. Okay, we'll create this add items template, but before that, we're gonna go and create the URL first. So in urls.py, so I'm going to create another URL which we'll call the add items view instead of the list item view. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, copy and paste it, and change it to add items. Okay, and the view will be add items, and I'm going to name it add items. Okay, so if you look at the block, that is step 2 right here. Okay, so the task step and the final step is to create the HTML document. I'm going to copy this, and then in templates folder, I'm going to right click and then click new file and save it as add items.html. So I'm going to paste the content I copy right here. We are just creating a simple HTML page with a title, and that title is what we define in the context. Next, in the body is where we're going to create our form. So we have this form. So within the form, we have another template tag, and the template tag is what is going to render the form, and the form is what we have right above the title. Okay, in the context, we're going to add an input button, and we're going to give it a value of save with a type of submit. Okay, so notice that the form is having a method of post, so this will create a submit action on the browser. Okay, so when it is submitting it, the Django backend will receive that data and process it accordingly. Okay, and this is the process. Once we click on submit, it will check whether the form is validated, and then it will do the form.save. It will now try to save all the data that we have in the forms fields. Okay, but before we proceed, there is this CRF token right here. So with Django out of the box, takes security seriously. So this will take care of a lot of security related to submitting form on web browsers. All right, and this is required in the form for Django to be able to push your data in the database. All right, so once we have all that, we can save and then save the URL, and from here we can do add items again. I'm going to add some S right here. I'm going to add an S right here because that's the URL that we have. I'm going to do enter. We have a form rendered on the browser. So I'm going to fill out this form. The category is IT equipment. Okay, item name can be hard disk drive. Okay, and the quantity, I'm going to give it 10. I'm going to click save. our application is not coded to tell us that this is saved. So we're going to look at that in another video. When I click save, you can see quickly the browser kind of refreshed, okay? And that is telling us that it is doing some action. So what happened was it sent that data in a database and Django handled it in the back end. So we want to check that this item is properly saved on the database. So I'm going to do a list item again. Alright, indeed we can see that the data is saved in the database. So I did it twice. That's why we have it repeated right here. So in the future videos, we'll see how to prevent that and also how to redirect you to this page. Okay, so this is what we have in this video. If you enjoyed this video, please hit that like button. If you have any questions, please put them in the comments below. Otherwise, see you in the next one. In the last video, when we save an item and mistakenly click save again, the item will duplicate the number of times we click on the save button. Alright, so in this video, we want to prevent that from happening. So there are a few ways to solve it. One of the ways is to redirect to the list page after clicking on the save button. If you have not subscribed yet, please click on the subscribe button and turn on the notification so that you will not miss any videos from us. So let's look at the issue again. On the add item page, add item. So I'm going to add another item. The category is phones. Okay, so let's say we have an iPhone and the quantity is 20. So when I click save, the item is saved. So if I click save again, so we've saved it for the second time. Okay, so let's say I've not been paying attention and I've been clicking save multiple times. So each time I click on the save button, the item will be saved in the database. Alright, so if I open another page to list out the items, slash list items, so you can see iPhone is saved 5 times. So we want to prevent this from happening. Okay, one way of preventing this is to redirect to another page after the item is saved. So to achieve that, we have all the codes here on the side. We'll import redirect, which is in Django.shortcuts. Alright, so then we can add return redirect and then the URL where we want to redirect after we saved the data successfully. Alright, so I'm going to open Sublime, and in the views.py we're going to import redirect. Okay, redirect. We're going to use this redirect immediately after form.save. Okay, so I'm going to do return redirect. So it's going to take a string. Okay, and the string will be the URL wherever you want to redirect to. So I'm going to do slash list items and then save. Okay, so now let's test that. If I go to the app and then add, let's say, phones in the category and then add Samsung as the item name and then the quantity is 10, and if I click save, that will redirect us to the computer list page. So you can redirect to any page you want. Okay, so this is what I want to cover in this video. So if you like this video, please click on the thumbs up. If you have any questions, you can put them in the comments below. Otherwise, see you in the next one. Since the beginning of this tutorial, our application has been so boring. In this video, we'll start styling the application. But before that, there is something called static files. And these are files that are not part of the core Django application. So they are normally files that are hosted outside your Django hosting platform. This includes the CSS, images, and all those file uploads that you have in your application. So to make things simple, we're going to host all static files within our development environment. If you're not yet a subscriber, please click on the subscribe button so that you don't miss videos like this. So now the first step is to create a folder in your Django application. Alright, so when I go to Sublime, in the application, I'm going to right click and create new folder. Okay, I'm going to call this folder static. Okay, so in the static files, I'm going to create 3 extra folders: CSS folder, the images folder, and also the JavaScript folder. All right, so I'm going to right click static and then new folder again. I'm going to call this one CSS. All right, so I'm going to expand the static so that I can see the CSS. I'm going to add another folder, right click static and new folder JS and press enter. Right click again and this time IMG and press enter. So inside the static folder, we have the CSS, the IMG, and the JS. In the CSS is where we're going to save all our style sheets. Okay, so images will all be sitting in the IMG folder, right? And then the JavaScript files will be in the JS folder. So in this video, I want to add a style sheet to our application. So I'm going to go to the CSS folder and right click and then select new file, and I'm going to save this file as stylesheet.css. Alright, so in the stylesheet.css is where I'm gonna type all our styling of the application. So on the blog side, I have a sample CSS code that I'm gonna copy and paste. So with this one, we're gonna give a background color to our body, and this will be kind of a light green. So I'm gonna copy this and paste it right here in the CSS folder. I'm gonna indent that a bit and save it. So we've added the color to the CSS, but if I go to the application and then click refresh, nothing has changed. Okay, I'm gonna go to the home page and refresh again, nothing has changed. So now this alone is not enough. Okay, so remember with HTML you have to add the CSS file in the template so that it will be rendered on the browser. So now on the home page, I'm gonna open the home page, and within the header I'm gonna add the CSS styling right here. Okay, so I already have the code typed, so I can just copy and paste it right here. I'm gonna copy this one and paste it right here. This is not a regular CSS syntax that we're used to in HTML. So now we have a keyword here, static. So this is a Django specific keyword. Okay, so now this is what is gonna take our CSS files and then make them available on the browser. But before we can use this keyword, like if I click on save and then refresh my browser, I'm gonna have an error. Template syntax error at invalid block tag on line 3. And right down here you can see where the error is. Okay, our browser is kind of confused, or the application is kind of confused. It doesn't know what is static, so it's giving us error. We have to load the static tag on top of the HTML document. All right, it has to be on top. Okay, so now heading back to the blog site, I'm gonna copy this, load static files, just copy it and paste it above here, save it. Okay, and then refresh the application again. All right, so we can see this time there was no error. All right, but sometimes in your browser it will not load the CSS file. What you can do is to hold down the Control keyboard and click refresh. If you hold on Control and click refresh and nothing happened, all right, sometimes what happens is in the development environment it will still fail to load the CSS files, but this is very rare. When this happens, try to look at the console messages of the development environment. I can see static /css/stylesheet.css has an 404 error. So this means the application is not able to load it. So what I would do in this case is to stop the development environment by pressing Ctrl C and then run it again. Now what I will do is I'm gonna right click and then always on top, and I'm gonna try to refresh again. Okay, so you can see it did load the CSS. All right, I've seen this kind of error, which is very rare. So if that did not fix your error, make sure you look at how you spell the style sheet, and also make sure that you have some styling in the CSS, and then you should be good. Okay, so I'm gonna do the styling on the rest of the page. So I have 2 more pages to style. I'm gonna copy this code and paste it in list items right there in the header, and then add load static files. Save it, confirm that the CSS is loading fine. List items. All right, so this is good. We have 1 more page. I'm gonna go to add items, paste the code right here, and then load the static files. Save it and then test to see that it is okay. Alright, so we have the CSS loaded on all the 3 pages: the home page, the list item page, and also the add items page. So if you enjoyed this video, please give us a thumbs up. If you have any questions, you can put them in the comments below. Otherwise, see you in the next video. Welcome back to another video. In this one, we want to integrate Bootstrap into our project. Okay, so you can go about designing your own UI. In most cases, you want to use something that will enhance or accelerate that process. So Bootstrap is one of the most used frameworks that helps in designing the look and feel of your website, okay, or your application. So in this one, we will look at how to integrate that in our project. If you are not yet a subscriber, consider subscribing so that you will not miss videos like this. So as usual, we've already typed all the codes and you can get them from the stock management series. Okay, so now that is video number 11, how to add Bootstrap to Django without CDN. I'm gonna make another video using Bootstrap with CDN, okay, but in this one we will not use the CDN, okay, and the CDN is the links that are provided for us if you want to implement Bootstrap in your project and without downloading the actual files. Okay, these files will be running on another server while you incorporate the links on your site. So with that, you will not have to download the files into your own hosting platform, right? But in this video, we will look at how to download all those files and host them ourselves, okay, then integrate them in our website. Okay, so the first step is to look for the style or the template that you want to use. Okay, so Bootstrap have a lot of different type of examples, and this is the link to those examples. All right, bootstrap.com/doc/404/examples. All right, so I'm going to scroll down and look at the design or the template that I want to use and then customize it further to meet my style. Okay, so I'm going to scroll down and look at the examples to choose. All right, so I want to use the navbar fixed. I'm going to click on that. So this is the format that I want to use. I'm going to right click on an empty space and then click view page source. All right, so if you look closely, there is this Bootstrap core CSS that we are interested in, and that is the link. So what I will do is I want to save the content of this bootstrap.main.css. So to do that, I'm going to click on it, right click, and then click save as. I'm going to navigate to my CSS folder in the static file of the application. All right, so we have our application in the YouTube directory, venv src, then the application, stock management, you have static, and then CSS. So I'm going to save this right here, and I'm going to go back. I have one more to save. So we just saved the bootstrap.main.css. So I'm going to scroll down. On this line, we have custom style for this template. So we need this one as well. Okay, so I'm going to click on the navbar top fix.css and do the same thing. I'm going to do a right click, save as, and click save. So we grab those two CSS files from the Bootstrap website. Okay, so if you scroll all the way down, there is this bootstrap.bundle.main.js. So I'm gonna click that one as well. Right click, then click save as. So since this is a JS file, we've already created a folder for all the JavaScript documents. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to static and then go into the JS and then click save. I'm gonna close this one and then head back. So the next step is to save this template. Okay, I'm gonna select Ctrl A, copy, and then open Sublime. All right, so now I have a home page. If I open the application, I'm gonna go to localhost. So this is our application. Okay, now we want to change this page to look like the Bootstrap template that we just copied. Okay, after copying this code, I'm gonna paste it in the home page. All right, so this is the home page. So I'm gonna click down here, paste the Bootstrap code right below the existing code I have. Now I want to copy this line, the CSS file that we incorporated in the last video, copy it and then replace it right here. So this is the Bootstrap core CSS. So the syntax is not going to be like this. It's going to be like the static file that we have in the previous video. All right, so let me give that a space. So I'm going to create a copy of this line and replace it with this. I'm going to replace the style sheet. Alright, this integrity is there to add some security to this file, but since this is a basic Django tutorial, we'll not go into those kind of security details. But just to make it simple, I'm gonna erase this line. Okay, and we have our two CSS files. So this is the CSS we've created ourselves, and this is the Bootstrap CSS that we downloaded. And make sure it is downloaded in the CSS folder. So this is in css/bootstrap.main.css, and to confirm that it is right there, you have to look into the static CSS and you have to see that file bootstrap.main.css. Right, so that we're good on that. So for the favor icons, I'm gonna remove it. I want to make this page very simple. Okay, so our title, I'm gonna change it and call it home. So I'm gonna delete this line. We also have our header right here. I'm gonna remove the header as well. Alright, so I'm gonna move the title and the text, cut it and paste it somewhere in the body. So now if I look at that site, I want to paste the content within this element. Okay, so the element is usually called Jumbotron, so we're gonna look at that class and then paste the content in it. So I'm gonna go back to Sublime and look for Jumbotron. I'm gonna scroll down. Right, so that's Jumbotron right there, and this is the example, navbar example. So within this div, I'm gonna paste the title somewhere right here. Okay, so if I save it and refresh my application, you can see it looks so much close to this one that we have right here. All right, so now what I want to do is to replace navbar example with the title. Okay, so I'm gonna cut that and paste it right here. So I'm gonna remove the text. Alright, so we have our site looking as we want. Alright, good. Welcome. This is the home page. Alright. Okay, so we've implemented Bootstrap on our application. So now to show you that the file is being loaded from our local directory, what I will do is to rename this file up here. Alright, so this is bootstrap.main.css. I'm gonna add S right there, save it, and then control refresh. You can see our site just get distorted. Okay, so I'm gonna undo that, save it, and then refresh back with a control refresh. So this is how to implement Bootstrap on your application. But what I will do before end this video is to replicate the same on the rest of the pages. Or before we go, we need to delete this body and the HTML since we already have it right there. Okay, so I'm gonna save it and do exactly the same for the list of items and also the add items. Okay, I'm gonna copy the code again from right there all the way down, copy, and I'm gonna paste it right down. So I always want to paste it below and then start moving the pieces that I want. So in the header, I already have that. I have the style sheet and the bootstrap, so I'm gonna remove those two with the header. I need the information to be loaded in the body of the application, so I'm gonna copy this or maybe cut it and then paste it right where I have the p tag. I'm gonna paste it right there. Okay, paste it here, save it, and then delete the rest of my old HTML elements. All right, so I'm gonna save it and then go to list items. Voila, so you can see this page also is designed the way we want it. So we have one more page, which is the add items. So I'm gonna copy the content again and paste it in add items. Then copy the content I want from the add item, which is the form. I'll copy the form and paste it within the body. I'm gonna paste it right here. Let's see whether we have any more to copy. So that's all I have. I want to delete the rest of the elements. Save it and then check that out. I noticed that we need to have some space. If you look at the original site, our original template or the example, we have some padding up here, and in our application we don't have that styling up there. Okay, so we are missing one CSS file that we need to reference, which is the fixed navbar styling, and we have it right here. So I'm gonna copy this line again, paste it just below that so that I can reference it. Copy this and replace the bootstrap main.css. Delete that, and I'm gonna copy all of these line and paste it in the rest of the pages. So I'm gonna confirm that this is loaded. Alright, so we have the space up there. So I'm gonna do the same thing for list items. Right here, I'm gonna replace this line, save it, and for the home as well. Alright, so I want to confirm that that style is implemented on all the pages. Alright, we have it for the home page, and let's check the add items. Alright, we have it on add items. How about the list items? Alright, so this is how to implement Bootstrap in your Django applications. So if you're enjoying this video, please click on the like button. If you have any questions, you can leave them in the comments below. Otherwise, see you in the next one. In the last video, we looked at how to add Bootstrap to our application without using the CDN links. So in that one, we downloaded the Bootstrap CSS and JavaScript files onto our machine and add them using the static tags. Okay, so in this one we will look at a very quick way of integrating Bootstrap to our application, right, by just copying few links, and then the website will look exactly like our previous video. Alright, so I have the link already on the blog site on stock management system. Alright, so this is video number 12, how to add Bootstrap to Django using CDN. So this will work with any kind of website, whether it is a Django website or just a regular website. You just have to go to this URL, bootstrap.com/docs.404 getting started/introduction. Okay, so I'm gonna open that, scroll down. Alright, so we have to copy the CSS file and also the JS file. Okay, so now I'm gonna open the application and paste this code right in there. I want to do this thing on the home page. I'm gonna expand the templates and then click on the home.html. So in the previous video, we downloaded this file to our machine, which is sitting right in the static folder in the CSS. We have the bootstrap.main.css. Alright, so if you look at the URL, so this is exactly what we are having right here. So if you scroll a little bit on the right, you'll see this is the same bootstrap.main.css. Okay, but this one is using the CDN links, the fully qualified domain name and the URL of the file. So I'm gonna copy this line and then paste it in the template. So before that, I'm gonna show you how the website looks. I'm gonna start the server and then run the application. Alright, so I'm gonna open a browser and then see how the app is looking. Alright, so this is the current look of the website. If I comment this line and save it, do a control refresh, you can see our website is normal, looking like a Bootstrap website. Alright, so I'm gonna replace this line with the CDN, paste it right there, and then save it and do a control refresh again. Boom, you can see our website get back to how it looks before. If this is the first video that you're following up, there is this other file that you need to add in there. Okay, so that's the navbar top fixed.css. so you will need this file if you want the website to have this padding right there. Okay, so if I comment that line and save it, you can see the padding just disappears. So now what we can do is, on our examples on the Bootstrap site, there is this example that we used in the previous video, that is the fixed navbar. I'm gonna scroll down, this fixed navbar or navbar fixed. So now if I right click and then do view page source, So this is the file that we copied to our application. So if I click on that file, you can see they are doing some padding right there, padding top 4.4 rem. Alright, so I can copy this content and then paste it directly in the body, in the styling here. I can do this and paste it right there and tab it in. Alright, so if I head back to the application and I do a refresh, you can see that will bring back that padding. So you don't really need to download that file. So this is all what we need to add that padding on that template. Okay, so we have the JavaScript file that we need to copy. Alright, so I'm gonna head back to bootstrap.com. We had copied this line, so we have the JavaScript files to copy as well. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this as well. I'm gonna do a copy right there and then paste it on the website right below here. So this is what I'm gonna replace. I'm gonna paste it right there. Okay, so these are the JavaScript files that Bootstrap uses. So if I get back to my website and do a refresh, it will look exactly the same, but because we're not using any JavaScript at the moment. So but in the future videos, we'll look at how to do some pop-up notification, and we will need JavaScript or the jQuery to do the styling or the animation of that pop-up message. Okay, so this is how to add the Bootstrap using the CDN. It's a quick one, so you just have to go to the URL and copy this line and also these 3 lines and paste them on your website or application. So I hope you enjoyed this video. If you do, please click on the like button. If you have any comments, you can put them in the comments below. Otherwise, see you in the next video. Welcome back to another video. In the last one, we looked at how to install Bootstrap or how to add Bootstrap to our application using the CDNs. And in this one, we will be looking at how to install Crispy in our application and make our forms look much better. Alright, so by the end of this video, we will change the look of our form from this to this with Crispy forms. Alright, it's one of the easiest way to change the look and feel of your form in Django. So if you are not yet a subscriber, please consider subscribing so that you don't miss videos like this. Now before we do anything, let's look at how our application looks. I'm going to open Add Items. So this is the current look of our forms, which is not really bad. Okay, so I'm going to open Sublime. I'm going to expand the Stock Management app and then go to Templates. Under Add Items, instead of our form being in a straight line, I want to break them into paragraphs. Okay, so I'm going to have category, then item names, and then quantity below item names. You can do that by adding .asp onto the form to make it look like a paragraph. as_p, save it, and if I do a refresh, so our form is kind of staggered and it's not looking good. So we're gonna add Crispy to fix this. Alright, so as usual, all the codes are on the blog side, and I'm gonna scroll down to the stock management project and then click how to add Crispy forms to Django. Alright, so we have about 5 simple steps. The first step is to install Crispy forms in our application. So I'm gonna select this and then paste it in the terminal. I'm gonna split my terminal. Okay, so I will need to activate the environment. And then paste the command right there. Okay, so that will download Crispy forms and then install them in your application or in the environment. Okay, so now once that is done, we will move to step number 2, and that is to add Crispy forms to the install apps. Okay, so I'm gonna copy that and then paste it in install apps in settings.py. So I'm gonna expand the project, Django project, go to settings. I'm gonna paste Crispy form right there. Okay, save it. So I'm gonna add Crispy template pack Bootstrap 4. So if you can remember, in the last video we added Bootstrap 4 to our application, so we're gonna use that as our template pack. Copy and then paste it below static URL. It can be anywhere, but I usually paste it all the way down. So I'm gonna save it and then move to step number 4, which is to load Crispy form tags in the template where you want to render the form or where the form is being rendered. Right, in our case is the add items. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this and open add items. So just below the static files, I'm gonna paste the crispy form tags. We're gonna load the crispy form tags so that we can use the tags right in our forms. Okay, so this is the form that we have here, form.asp. I'm gonna change it to form pipe crispy. Okay, so if I refresh, that is step number 5 there. If I refresh on this application, you can see that will fix the look of the site. So this is all you need to do to add crispy forms to your application. But I want to show you something before I end the video. What I want to do is I will go back to the models. This is not part of crispy, I just want to show you something, and then change the blank to false for the category, and then do save. So now you can see with the crispy, I have this field is required. You can see it even highlighted the fields and put this exclamation mark right there to show you that this is required. So without the crispy applied to the form, look at how that looks. I'm going to undo, and I'm going to take it back to form.asp and save it. Do a refresh. So you can see how all of this is looking. So if I add few more requirements to the form, and I will change this one also to false. Do a refresh again. We have this field is required, this field is required. For the user of the application, it will be really difficult for them to identify which field this is about. Okay, but with the crispy, so I'm gonna save that back to crispy. So I fixed back the crispy. I'm gonna do save again, or do a refresh. So look at the difference there. Okay, so this is how to add crispy to your application. If you enjoyed this video, click on the thumbs up button. If you have any questions, you can leave them in the comments below. Otherwise, see you in the next one. In this one, we will look at how to separate the body of the application from the navbar, so that if we modify anything on the navbar, it will be seen all across the entire application. So currently, our application is not designed to do that. If I need to change any link on my home page, it will be changed just on the home page. That single changes will have to be done multiple times, going through every single page on our application and doing that change, which might be a lot of work if you have a lot of pages on your application. So let's see how that looks. Okay, so I want to add some link on this application because we have add items. We also have another URL, which is the list items. Okay, so currently we don't have the links on our application. So first we want to add the links. So when I go to Sublime, I'm going to go to home.html, and on the navbar I want to add the list item right here, and the URL for the list item is /list_items. Okay, I'm going to save it and then refresh the page. I'm going to go back to the home page. Alright, you can see I have list item. So if I click it, it takes me to the list item. But on the list item page, I'll have to do exactly the same thing here. Alright, so I'm gonna go back to the home page and add items. So I'm gonna copy this URL and replace this one. I'm gonna change this to add items. Add items. Save it. Alright, so we have the list items, we have add items. So now if I click on the add items, it takes me to the form where I can add items to the database. Okay, if I want to go to the list items, I cannot find the link right up here. Okay, so I'll have to go back to the home page and then go to the list page. So you can see I'm doing the changes on the home page, doesn't reflect it on the other. So what I will do is to copy all this link. So before that, I'm gonna fix the home page first. Remove the hash and put a /. Save it and then go to the home page to make sure that it's working fine. So if I click home, it takes me to the home page. So this link here is what I want to appear on all the pages. So currently, the way my application is set up is I'll have to copy this entire link from here all the way down and paste it in list items, and also in the add items. paste it. Right, so now I can have all the links on the page. If I click on the list items, I have the home and add items as well. I can go to add items, the same links are appearing up. Let's say I want to change the fixed navbar to stock MGMT. Okay, so I want to change this to stock MGMT. And I want it to be linked to the home page. If you click on the text, so if I refresh the application, alright, so I have stock MGMTs. And if I go to list items, I have the fixed navbar. Okay, add items as well, I have the fixed navbar. So I want these changes to be across all the pages. When I do it on one page, it should be replicated throughout the entire page. So imagine if you have 100 pages on this application, it's like I have to do this step 100 times. I have to go to each and every page and do the changes right there. So now to do this, I will have to separate this navbar from the body of all the pages and make the navbar stand alone, so that we can have one navbar sitting across all the pages of the application. So when you do changes on the navbar, since it's the same navbar on all the pages on the entire application, you have the same changes everywhere on the application. So this is very simple. I have all the steps on the block. You just go to the stock MGMT project, and then you have how to include navbar in Django. So the first step is to remove the navbar, or to cut it out and save it as its own page. Then on the home page, replace wherever the navbar was with the include navbar.html. So as simple as that, we will be able to take care of this issue. Okay, so I'm gonna go to Sublime, cut from nav all the way up to nav, cut it, save it, and if I go to the application, I refresh, the navbar is gone. Okay, so I'm gonna save the navbar on its own separate page. Okay, so I'm gonna do a new file, paste the content right here, and then save it as navbar.html. okay, so I'm gonna save it in the same template where you have the home, add items, and list items. Okay, so I'm gonna save that, then include the navbar with this line right here. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the home page where I remove the navbar and paste this code right there. Okay, so if I save it, the navbar will appear on the home page. Okay, so I'm gonna do the same thing on all the other pages. Right, so I'm gonna go to add items, remove the navbar, replace it with the include tag, save it, and then do the same thing on list items. All right, so copy from nav to nav, paste it, and save it. So now look at how simple that is. If I go to home page, I have the navbar right there. On the list items and also on the add items, we have the navbar across the entire page of our application. So if I change this, let's say I have stock MGMT version 2. So if I do that on the navbar version 2.0, save it, refresh, you can see we have that version 2.0 right there. And if I go to home page, the version 2.0 is there, likewise in the list items. Okay, so this is how simple it is to include the navbar on the entire site. So if you're getting any value from this, please consider subscribing so that you'll be notified anytime we post a video. And if you're enjoying the video, please click on the like button. If you have any questions, you can leave them in the comments below. See you in the next one. In video number 7, we looked at how to list out the database items of the application and then display them on the browser. And this was the result of that video. In this video, we're going to style this page and put this data in a table. So we're going to change the look of this page from this to this. Okay, so we're going to make a table like this with this header color and then alternating colors for the row. Alright, so we also have this shadow going around the table on the right and also on the bottom of the table with this radius on the bottom right of the table. Alright, so this is what we are going to build in this video. So if you are not yet a subscriber and you enjoy videos like this, you might consider subscribing so that you don't miss our future videos. So as usual, we have all the steps and this is just about 6 simple steps. So the first step is to copy this table, create a table. So I'm going to replace that for loop, the entire for loop, with a table. Okay, so we're going to have a table and give it a class table. Alright, so we're going to give it a table header, and in the header we'll have one row, and that row will have all these columns as the table headers. Okay, so we're going to have 4 columns: the count, the category, item name, and also the quantity. Okay, so the count will be before the count, which will give us these numbers 1, 2, 3 all the way up to the last item. We're gonna have table data corresponding to a table header right up here. Okay, so I'm gonna save it and then refresh the application. The next step is to style this table to have the text centered and also give it the alternating colors. Right, so that is step number 2. Right, so I'm gonna copy this CSS and paste it in style.css. So inside the static folder there is this CSS. So go to static CSS and open style.css and then paste the code right there. Alright, so we have a table with a class table. Right, so that's what we are styling right here. We're giving a font style of 13, text align center, width 95%, margin order. So this is a duplication. I'm gonna remove that. We're gonna give a background color to the odd rows, this background color, and also this background color to the even rows. Right, so that will create the alternating colors right there. Okay, so the table header will also have a background color of that, and the text will be white. So I'm gonna save it and then refresh. Okay, so now the next step is to create the box shadow that goes around the table on the right and also on the bottom with this border radius on the bottom right of the table. Okay, so that is step number 3. So with that, we're gonna create a container. So this table, we're gonna create a container that wraps around the table and then style that container. Okay, all right, so we're gonna create a div right there and give it a class of display table, and we're gonna wrap the table with that div. Okay, so now I'm gonna copy this line on top of the table. I'm gonna paste it right there and then close the div just below that table. Okay, so I'm gonna save it and then refresh. Okay, so now we have a div going around, so now we can style a div. Okay, so that's this styling right here on step number 4. So I'm gonna copy this and paste it in CSS. I'm gonna remove that. We're gonna give it a border bottom right radius 20, padding left and right 5 px. The bottom will be 20 pixels, and this shadow with a color right there. I'm gonna save it and then refresh. Alright, so we can see the padding right and then padding left 5 px, and then we have this shadow going around with this radius on the bottom right of the table. Okay, so we are left with this header right there. Okay, so that is the last step. I'm gonna create a div and then style that div with this CSS code right here. Alright, so I'm gonna go to the template and then change this h1 tag to a div and give it a class header. Okay, so I'm gonna close the div right there. Okay, so now in the CSS I can paste this code and save it. Head back to the application and click refresh. Okay, so that's the header right there. Okay, but now if you go to the views, we have the title here. So I don't want to confuse this title we have above right there with this, so that's why I have to change it to header. Alright, so I'm going to change this to header as well. Okay, and also in the view I'm going to change this and that to headers. So I'm going to save it and then save the HTML and refresh. Alright, so we make sure that everything is looking as expected. Alright, so this is what we are to build in this video. So I hope you enjoyed this video. If you do, please click on the like button. If you have any questions, you can leave them in the comments below. And don't forget to subscribe. So see you in the next one. Welcome back to another video. In this one, we're going to add some search features just like this. So we're going to have a category and item name search fields. And that means we can search items based on the category. For example, I want to search all the items that are in the IT equipment. So you're going to go to category and type IT equipment. So you just have to type something unique enough to identify what you want to get from the system. So as long as the item that I'm searching has ITEQ in the category, it will be able to list out that. So if I click on search, you can see only the IT equipments are listed out. So if I leave it blank and click search, it will give me the entire data. Okay. So likewise, the item names, I can search mouse and press enter. Then the filter will give me just the mouse. Alright. So I can do search based on the category and the item name. Alright. Let's say we want to look for something that is in a certain category and the item has some field. You can do that one as well. Okay. I can put the category name here and also the item name. Then I can click on the search. Alright. So let's say I have something in the phone category and I want to search for iPhone. Alright. So it's going to match the category and the item name, then list out the items for you. Okay. I'm going to click search. You can see I have all the items that are in the phone category and also matches the item name as iPhone. Alright, so this is what we're going to implement in this video. If you're not a subscriber and you enjoy videos like this, you might consider subscribing so that you don't miss future videos from us. All the codes are available on the blog site and they're just 3 simple steps. Right? So step number 1 is to create the stock search form in forms.py. I'm going to copy this. And I'm going to open Sublime in forms.py. I'm going to create a search form right here and name it stock search form, and it will have 2 fields which will be linked to the stock model. So that's what we imported in a previous video right here. Alright, so we're going to have 2 fields in this form, which is the category and the item names. I'm going to save it. Alright, so I'm going to move to the next step, which is to add the form to the views. Alright, we're going to import this form that is created in the views.py and then use it right there and assign it to a variable. So I'm going to go to views.py, import a form right here from the forms, import stock search form. Save it. Okay, I can now create a variable form and assign the form to it. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, and then in the list item view, this is where I want the form to be, right here. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the list of items or list item view and paste the code right here, save it. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the blog and copy the rest of the code. So I'm going to copy this if statement into the same view in the views.py. In list of item view, I'm going to create a condition that will do the search for us. Okay, if we click on a search button and certain condition is met, then the application will do a search function for us. Okay, so I'm going to paste the code right here and indent it. Make sure the indentation is set properly. Alright, so I have an if statement. If request method is post, then the query set that was the entire items in the stock will now change. Okay, so the query set will now be equal to the stock.objects.filter whatever we have in the value of the category field or the value of the item field. It can also be both. If I type something in both of these fields, it will be able to filter them and then assign whatever item it returns to this variable query set. The items in the query set will now be different from what we have when the application ran initially. Okay, so I'm going to save it, move to the last step, that is to add the forms to the HTML page. Okay, so I'm going to create a form in the HTML page to display the fields right here with the search button. Alright, so I'm gonna open the list item page. This is where I want to add the form, just below the header. So I'm gonna find the header, which is right here. I'm gonna paste the code just below it. Make sure you have an input button so that we can click on the search right there and then refresh the page. Alright, so the forms does not appear on the page. So let's check why that is happening. So we have a form here, and let's check whether we have the variable form in the context. Alright, so we can see we have the form right there. Okay, so we need to have a form variable here as well. Okay, right here in the context before the if statement. So I'm gonna save it and then refresh. Alright, so that's the form. So let's check whether the search is working. I'm gonna type phone and click search. Alright, so that is giving us the phone category. Okay, so I'm gonna test the search by the item name. I'm gonna type mouse. Alright, so that's working as well. Okay, so if you want to add any field in the search form, this is where you do it. You go to the forms, add the fields right here, and also in the views you add the field to the filter. I'm gonna add a comma right here, add the third field, and then rename the item name to that field that I want to add. Likewise here. Okay, and make sure you have it in the forms as well. So that's how to add search in your application. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you do, don't forget to click on the like button. If you have any questions, you can leave them in the comments below. See you in the next video. In this video, we're going to look at how to validate the forms as the user is trying to input data in the application. So form validation is very important because it helps the data to be reliable. Okay, so now for example, we have this form and we want to add an item. If you leave it blank and click save, it will tell you this field is required. Okay, if somebody tries to add an item which is already in the database, like if I check in the list of items, we can see we have furniture as a category. So if I try to add another category and name it furniture and click save, it will tell you furniture is already created. So this will help the users to not duplicate data in the application. As usual, we have all the codes for you to copy and paste, and that is video number 17 of stock management system. So if you enjoy videos like this, please consider subscribing so that you will be notified anytime we post a video. Alright, so I'm going to move to Sublime and start coding the application. Okay, so now if you look into the models, these fields are validated by default. In one of the videos, I changed the blank to true and null to true so that we can see how this validation works. So you can do exactly the same thing by just changing this to false, blank false, and this one also we can set it to false. So if I save it and then head back to the application and try to add a data without filling the form, you can see this is automatically validated. Okay, so the one that we see right there is done by the browser. It knows that this is a required field, so it will not allow users to be able to submit data without inputting data in it. Right, so one of the benefits of having your own custom validation is you can define, okay, let's say now all the categories should have a prefix. Let's say we should have st dash something as the category name. So we can use Django form validation to do something like this, to enforce something like this, okay? And make sure every single category or item name or anything that we want to supply in the database meet that criteria. Okay, so if it is just to prevent blank data entry, you don't have to change this to blank true. Okay, so for practice purposes, I'm gonna set it to true and set this one as well to true. Okay, so I'm gonna check that. I'm gonna refresh the screen, and if I click save, you can see the form will be submitted and the data will be saved in the database. Alright, so to do validations from the forms, we're gonna open forms, so py. Alright, so I'm gonna create a function in this class. Okay, it has to be a child of this class. Okay, alright, so I'm gonna copy this code, these two functions, copy and then paste it right here. Alright, so let me explain this code. We're creating a function and name it clean underscore category. So the category here will have the same name with the field name. Okay, so then we create a variable, and that variable will be able to get the data that is passed to this function. Okay, so now whatever data is passed into this function will be assigned to this variable category. Okay, so now we want to do a test. If not category, that means if it is blank, then raise form validation error and the message that we want to display on the browser. Okay, so now let's test that. I'm gonna save and then refresh on the application. You can see we have this field is required. Okay, so whatever message you want to display on the browser is what you're gonna type right here. Okay, so likewise the item name, we're gonna have claim item name. Then we will assign whatever we pass in to the function to this variable and then do a test. If not item name, raise form.validation error, then the message that we want to display on the browser. Alright, so that will take care of the category and the item name field. So I want to add one more validation. Okay, so if I want to check if this item is already created or the category is already created, then I want to raise an error that it already exists. I'm gonna go down here. So after checking if it is blank or not, then I'm gonna do a test, and the test will go through the table and then fetch all the categories in that table, test it with what I'm passing in the form. All right, so to do that, we're gonna write a for loop. All right, so I'm gonna say for instance, that is the variable name, in then the model will come in. Okay, so we're gonna say stock dot objects dot all. Then we can now do a test. All right, if instance dot category, now we want to check whatever is fetched from the database at that instance. We want to check whether that category that is fetched from the table is equal to whatever we supplied in the field. Okay, and that is assigned to this category. So I'm gonna bring this category right here. If instance.category equals category, then raise forms.validation error. Then we'll type the message that we want to display to the users. Category, then plus, and the text will come. I'm gonna do some concatenation here. Is already created. Okay, so we're gonna concatenate whatever was assigned to this variable to the text or the string that we added here. Okay, so we're gonna have, if I supplied furniture, we're gonna say furniture is already created. So let's test that. Save it and then type furniture and try to click save. So we have furniture is already created. Alright, so this is how to do form validation, and I hope you enjoyed this video. If you do, please click on the like button. If you have any questions, you can leave them in the comments below. Otherwise, see you in the next video. Alright, so this is gonna be a quick video on how to update data in Django, and more specifically the data that we saved in the stock inventory management system. Okay, so if you're interested in videos like this, you can subscribe to our channel so that you will be notified anytime we post a video. We do post videos regularly every Tuesday and Friday, so it is important for you to turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified anytime we post a video. So we have 4 simple steps. So the first step is to create a form that will be used to update the data. So I'm going to switch to the text editor. Alright, so we're going to open forms.py and create a form right here. So I'm going to copy the code from here and paste it as the stock update form. So notice that it is having category, item name, and the quantity as the fields. So I'm going to move to the next step. That is the view that will be handling the update request. So copy this on step number 2 in open views.py. Okay, so scroll down and paste it right there. Alright, so notice that this is the update items view. Okay, it's going to take our regular request and an additional argument, and that will be the ID of the item that we want to update. We're going to filter the objects that we have in the stock with the ID that is passed into this view. Okay, so once we get that item or the object, we're going to assign it to the query set variable. Alright, so then we can use the form and then display the information of the query set or of the object that is assigned to this query set inside the form. Okay, and we're gonna assign that to a variable form. So now once we did a post, if request.method equals post, that is if we update the data and we click on save, we're gonna save the new information in the database. Alright, so that will replace whatever was in there before. Okay, then we can do a redirect to another page. So in this case we are redirecting to the list item page. Okay, so I'm going to use the same template that I used for the add items. So with that, it will not be necessary to create another template. Okay, since we're gonna have exactly the same template. Alright, so I could also use the same form that I used in add items, but so in the add items form, there's this validation that's gonna check if we have an item that is already in the database, and that will stop us from inputting data in the database if the item has the same category, okay, or the same item name, depending on where you put that validation. Okay, so I will show you in another video how to avoid that from happening. We can still do some form validation that will check if the item already exists, and it will also exempt the current item that we are editing. Okay, but that will be for another video. All right, so because of that, I'm creating another form. All right, so I'm gonna do another video to show you how to validate the data. Okay, so but I want this video to be as short as possible so that I just focus on how to update data. So moving back to the view. Okay, so we have the view created, the update items view. So I'm gonna save it and move to the next step, which is to create the URL. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this URL and then paste it in urls.py. Okay, so I'm gonna paste it just below the add items. So our path will be like this: the localhost slash update item slash the ID of the item that we want to update. Okay, so I'm gonna test that. I'm gonna save this and then move to the application. I'm gonna do localhost. Okay, so I'm gonna look for one item. So I believe this will be item number 1. Let's test that. I'm gonna do slash update. That is the URL right here. I'm gonna have update item slash the ID. So if I do update item slash ID number 1, okay, so we have stock matching query does not exist. So we're trying to update an object that does not exist. So I'm gonna try it number 2, ID number 2. Alright, so we have another error right there. Name stock update form is not defined. Alright, so this is another error. So because we don't import this data in the view, that's why we're having the error. Okay, so we can see that error right there, the line number. But if you head back to views and then import the form right there. Okay, so I'm gonna save it and then do a refresh. Alright, so you can see we are presented with a form with the details of the item with ID number 2. If I do ID number 3, alright, you can see with the item name has changed to keyboard. Okay, I'm gonna do ID number 4. Alright, so that is a desk. From here, I can just update the data. Like it was 5, I can make it now 60 and then click save. Alright, you can see that it has saved. The desk right here is saved to 60. Okay, so this is how to update the data in the Modal. But to make it easy for users, you have to have a link right here on any of these items. For example, I want to click on the chair right there and it will take me to that item and will allow me to update that specific item. Okay, so I want to be able to click on the item name and the system should know that this is the item that we clicked. It will take us to the update form and then display the item chair in the form so that we can update it and then click save. All right, instead of going all the way up on the URL to update the item. So this is the next step, which is to create an anchor, and that anchor will have a URL. So I'm gonna just copy the URL part. Okay, and you can copy the entire line and replace your TD right there. So I'm gonna go to the template, and the template is the list item page. All right, so this is what I want to be able to click the chair right there. I want to be able to click the item name, and it should be able to give me the form to update that item. So in the list item template, so right there I want to be able to click the item name, so I'm gonna wrap it with an anchor. I'm gonna paste that. So the code is like this. We're gonna have the URL right here, and we're gonna have the name of the URL. So this is where this thing comes in handy right there. The name here is what we are calling in here. Okay, so the update items, then the instance.id. So since we have a variable, for instance, in query set, so this instance.id of that specific object in that query set is what we are defining right there. Okay, so if we are on object number 1 and the ID is 1, then we will have the ID, the instance.id as 1. Okay, so if we are on number 2, then the ID will be number 2, which will be very dynamic. Okay, so then and if you have any other variable, like say if you have stock right here, okay, so this will be stock.category, stock.id, then you have stock.quantity. All right, this is how these pieces fit together. So we're gonna close the anchor tag right before the closing of the TD. I'm gonna do /a and anchor tag, save it. Okay, so I'm gonna set this back to the instance. Click save. So I'm gonna go and refresh the list item page. Right, so you can see all this change to a clickable links. So just look on the left side of the screen right there. Okay, so if I hover on the item, you can see this one is ID number 4. Right, you have update /4. If I hover on the mouse, you have ID number 2 right there. And if I hover on the hard disk, you have ID number 7. So you can see how dynamic that looks. So if I click on the chair again, it will take me to that form, and I can update it to any number. I can give it 25, and then click save, and that will update it and redirect us back to the list of item page. Alright, so this is how to update data in Django, and I hope you enjoyed this video. If you do, please click on the like button. If you have any questions, you can leave them in the comments below. And don't forget to subscribe. It really helps out the channel, and see you in the next one. Hey, yo, what's up guys? Welcome back to another quick video. In this one, we want to implement a delete button on the application. Alright, so it will be like this. Alright, so if we want to delete this item, you can click on the trash can right here, and it will ask, are you sure you want to delete? If you click on the yes, it will delete that item and redirect you to the list item page. Okay, now if you click on the delete and you select cancel, it will take you back to that page without deleting that actual item. Alright, so if you're interested in this kind of videos and you're new to this channel, or you've not yet subscribed, please click on the subscribe button so that you will not miss videos like this. We do post videos on Tuesdays and Fridays, so make sure you visit us to be updated with new videos. Alright, so with that said, I'm gonna take you to the step-by-step code, which is just 4 simple steps. So we're gonna create a delete view, and then add a template that has this form that asks for you to click yes to confirm if you want to delete, and then we can do the URL part and also the delete button that we add on the template page. Alright, so step 1 is to create the delete view. So I'm gonna select step 1 here, and then right click on copy, switch to Sublime, and open views.py. Alright, so I'm gonna scroll all the way down and paste the code. Alright, so we're gonna create a view and name it delete items. Alright, so we will do a query set which is similar to what we did for the update items view. Okay, alright, so we're gonna pass in the ID of the object that we want to delete, and then filter the object, then assign that object to the query set. Okay, So once a condition is met, then we can do query set.delete. All right, so that's the query set that was assigned originally up here. All right, so we're gonna delete whatever item or whatever object was assigned to it, and then redirect you to the list of item page. All right, so I'm gonna save it and then move to step number 2. So at step number 2, we're gonna create a template and add a form that will have the input button type of submit that will create a post request, so that we will match this post request and then the delete will be executed. All right, so I'm gonna copy this line and then switch back to Sublime. So now I'm gonna have a template that has a form in it. Okay, so if I look into my templates, I have something similar right here. That is the add items template. Okay, so I'm gonna save this as, I'm gonna click file, save as. I'm gonna save this as the delete items. Okay, so now I'm gonna remove the title and then replace the form. So I'm gonna select from H1 tag all the way up to the closing tag of the form and replace it with what I just copied on step 2. Okay, so I'm gonna indent that. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is, we've created a H1 tag asking are we sure we want to delete, and then we do a break right there, and then create an input field with a type of submit, and the value will be yes. That will be what the users will see on the browser. But now if they click on the yes, it will do a submit. That is gonna be kind of a post request based on the method that we have here. Okay, so we're gonna create another anchor tag, and that will be linked to the list of item page. All right, and then the text for that will be cancel, so that if the users click on the cancel, it will take us to list of item page. So I'm gonna save this and then move to step number 3. So right here we're gonna copy this code and then paste it in the urls.py. So I'm gonna open urls.py. Okay, so I'm gonna paste it right below the update items URL. So this will take us to the delete item URL and pass in the ID of the object that is selected, and that will call the delete item view. Okay, so I'm gonna save it and then move to the next step. All right, so I'm gonna copy this line and then paste it in list of item page. You have list item right here. Okay, so I'm gonna scroll down. So this is what we have currently. We have our count, category, item name, and quantity in store. Okay, so we're gonna create another header. I'm gonna create a th and then give it a heading of delete. All right, so the code that was copied will be pasted right there. So what this code will do is very similar to what we have with the update item view. Okay, so we're gonna have delete here that the users will see, and that will take us to the URL of delete item. So if I open urls.py, we have this name delete item. So that's what we are calling right here. Okay, so we have this delete item, and that will also take in the ID of the instance from the query set right here from the for loop. Okay, all right, so I'm gonna save that and then do a refresh on the application. Okay, so we have this delete column right there. All right, so let's test this item number 9. So I'm gonna click delete. Are you sure you want to delete? I'm gonna click cancel. All right, it takes me back, so I'm gonna click delete again, and then yes this time. Okay, so we can see item number 9 there is deleted. Okay, so we want to change this delete to an icon. Okay, so I got this file downloaded already, and then I put it in the static file in the img folder. I have this delete image right here, so that's what I'm going to reference. I'm going to remove the delete and then replace it with an icon. All right, so we're going to use an HTML image tag. Okay, so I'm going to insert the Django way of rendering images on the browser. Okay, so we're going to have static and then specify where the image can be found. So in my case, it's found in img, then slash then the name of the image, del.png. So I'm gonna save it and then refresh the application. Right, so you can see the image just appeared. You can now click on it and then see that it is working as expected. Right, so I'm gonna click yes. Right, so this is how to implement delete in your application. If you enjoyed this video, please click on the like button. If you have any questions, you can leave them in the comments below. And don't forget to share this with anyone that will be interested in tutorials like this. So if you head to the website, you can see we have shared links, so you can use any of these links to share it with friends and family members that will be interested in things like this. Alright, so see you in the next video. Welcome back to another quick video. In this one, we're gonna do a choice field in Django. Alright, so we're gonna change the category field from an input field to a choice field. Okay, so we're gonna give the users of the application the opportunity to select an item or an object from the category and then type the name of the item they want to add in the database. And this will be a very quick and simple video. So let's see the code. I have this category type in here. I'm gonna copy the code and paste it in models.py. So I'm gonna paste it outside the class. Alright, so I'm gonna add a choice field to this category. Okay, so this is what I just added to this line. I'm gonna copy this and paste it here. Okay, so I'm gonna erase this one. That's the same code that we have in the class. Okay, so these are the choice field we have for that field. Okay, so if I save it and then refresh the application, the category is currently a text field or a character field. So if I refresh the app, you can see now it gives us this drop down menu. Okay, and this list here is coming from the list of category we have in here. Okay, so let's add one more category. I'm gonna add electronics. Okay, I'm gonna save it and then do a refresh. You can see it is just added right below here. Or you can also reorder them by just positioning them where you want them to appear. Okay, so if I want the electronics to go all the way up, I'm gonna just move it up, save it, and then refresh, and you can see the electronics is all the way up. All right, so let's try to add an item. I'm gonna choose electronics, and the item will be motherboard, and we have 10 in the quantity, and click save. So you can see how simple it is to add a choice field in Django. So if you have any field that you want the users to select when adding the items in the database, you can do them quickly with a choice field. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed this quick video. If you have any questions, you can leave them in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video, please click on that like button. If you are not yet subscribed and you enjoy videos like this, please click on the subscribe button, and see you in the next video. Alright, in the last video we looked at how to add a choice field to our application, and this was what we get. Okay, but this was hard-coded in the models. So when users wants to add more choice fields in the category, they'll have to involve the developer, or they go into the source code and add the category items in the choice list. So in this video we want to take care of that. We want the users to be able to add in the choice list from the front end of the application. All right, so they can go in and then add any items or any category they want to add in the category list, and they will be able to pick it when adding the items in the database. Okay, so this also will be a very quick video and a very simple one. All right, so we have all the codes right here. So we're gonna go into the models and then create a class called category. Okay, so we're gonna give it a field, and then field will be name. So let's copy this code and paste it in models.py. So I'm gonna paste it just above the start class. Okay, so we have a category model, and we're gonna have one field in it, which is gonna be the name of the category. Okay, so we're gonna return self.name. All right, so I'm gonna save it. So you're gonna save it and then do make migration, Python manager py, make migrations, then migrate. Alright, so we have this model created in the database. Okay, so we can confirm that it is created by opening an SQLite browser. So I'm going to browse for the database. Right here we have the category table. Okay, so if I expand that, we have ID and the name. Okay, so we can move to the next step. That is to update the stock table and modify the category field to be a foreign key field. Okay, so now I'm going to copy this and then compare it with what we have. So right there, if I paste it above it, so right here we have a category as a character field, okay, which was a choice field. We're going to change it to a foreign key field. I'm going to copy that and paste it right here and then erase this part. Alright, so it's going to be a foreign key field and it will be linked to a table called category. So whatever we put in this table will be seen in the list of categories in the stock table. Okay, alright, so we're gonna add on delete cascade. So that means anytime I delete a category, the corresponding data will be deleted. If not, we're gonna have a data that is pointing to a category that does not exist. Okay, so if you have any data previously in your application, like if I click on the list item, we had data previously in this table, okay, in the stock table. What we just did is change this category field to a foreign key field, and what that means is we will have to have a category field ID, okay, replacing this furniture. Okay, so now if I save this data and I try to do make migration, migrate, we will have an error because this would expect an ID field, and currently what we have is a string. Okay, so that will give us an error right there. So what I will do is, I know that I have a category called furniture. I also have another one called IT equipment, phones, and electronic. Okay, so I'm going to go into the category table and create all these categories in them. Okay, so I will now replace this furniture with the ID of the furniture category. I'm going to do that just now. But if you don't have any data in this table, you can just save this, do make migration, and then migrate, and then you can start adding data. Okay, but we have data already in that table, we will have an error. So to fix this, I'm gonna register this table, add the categories, and then update this table to reflect that category or to point to a particular category in the category table. Okay, so I'm gonna go to admin.py and then register the category. And the model is category. Alright, so I'm going to make sure it's imported here. We can just import star and then save this. So I'm going to go to admin and then confirm that it is updated, and we can add data to the admin. Localhost/admin. We have the category right here. I'm going to click it and create categories in it. Okay, so we have furniture. I'm gonna give it category 1. So I'm gonna add furniture right here and then click save. So this the first category I added, so automatically this will have an ID of 1. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the next category, ID equipment, and then add another category, save it. So this will be category with ID number 2. You have another one, phone and electronic. I have phone and electronic. Okay, so if I save all of this, I have the first category, which is the furniture as ID 1, ID 2, the ID equipment. We have ID 3 right there, and then ID 4. We can also see this information from the database. Okay, I'm gonna reopen this database and then confirm that we have the categories with the correct ID. Okay, so I'm gonna right click this and then browse table. So you can see we have the furniture as ID1 and ID Cuban as ID2, like ID3 and ID4. Right, so I'm gonna update this table. And again, you don't have to do this if you don't have any data in your stock table. So I'm just trying to avoid errors. That's why I'm doing these steps. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna go back to database structures, go to stock, right click and then click browse table. Okay, so I'm gonna scroll all the way on the right. So we have the category. So furniture was ID number 1. So I'm gonna give it 1 and then click OK. I'm gonna give this one as well 1. Save. IT equipment was category number 2. Save it. I'll do the same for all of these. Right, so phone was category 3. And then electronics was number 4. Right, so I'm gonna write changes. Okay, so now I can do make migration and migrate. So we have this notification that there might be some existing data that doesn't have an ID in that column. So what I will do with this is I'm gonna give it a default one, select number 1, press enter, and then I'm gonna give it 1 as a default. I'm gonna click OK, and I'm gonna do migrate again. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the application and then confirm that all the data is updated accordingly. Right, so because we added the ID of the category for each of these data, we have the data intact. Okay, so the message that we saw before the screen, that's this message right here. If we didn't update the data to have all the fields to have the right IDs for each of the data, it would have replaced the entire column with an ID of 1, and that means all this data here will be in the furniture category. All right, so because we updated the data, we added the right category ID, so we were able to maintain the category of each of the items. Right here we are having this category. I'm gonna go to the admin and add one extra category. Let's say toys. I'm gonna click save. Okay, so if I go back to the application and click refresh and click category, I should be able to have toys category right here. Okay, so I'm gonna click toys and then item name will be, so I'm gonna give it doll. Quantity, let's give it 20 and click save. Right, so we have that data right here. Okay, so this is how to add a category with a drop-down list from another table. Okay, so with all the extra steps that I've done, I did that because I have an existing data. Okay, so if your table, if the stock table was just empty, all the steps you need is this. Okay, so you don't have to go in there and then start updating the existing data and so on. Okay, right, so in another video we will have a menu up here where we can click in and add categories without going to the admin. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed this video. If you do, click on the like button. Don't forget to subscribe, and see you in the next video. In this one, we're going to look at how to export the data we have in the application to a CSV or an Excel file and download it into our computer. This is how it's going to work. If I switch over to the application and I click on export to CSV and click search, just by clicking search, you'll have this file downloaded on your computer. And if I click on the file, you can see we have the content of the application in a CSV file. If you're not a subscriber and you enjoy videos like this, you might consider subscribing so that you will not miss our future videos. And all this will be in just 3 simple steps. The first step will be to create a export to CSV checkbox in forms.py. So copy step number 1 and head over to Sublime or your text editor. In the application, so we're gonna have a small checkbox right below the item name field so that we can select on it and click search. So that's the checkbox we want to make. So the form I have here is the stock search form. So that's where I'm gonna create the export to CSV field. So just above the meta class, I'm gonna paste that code right there. and I'm gonna save it. Alright, so I'm gonna switch over to the application and click refresh. You can see that checkbox just appeared. It is currently a required field. We don't want that. I'm gonna set required false. Required equals false. And I'm gonna refresh to confirm that it is now false. So I'm gonna move over to next step. That is step number 2. So in views.py, we're gonna import the HTTP response and CSV. Alright, so I'm gonna copy this code and head over to views.py and paste it right here. So we are importing HTTP response and CSV. Alright, so I'm gonna save it and then move over to the last step, that is step number 3. So that's the condition that will export a file if the checkbox is selected. I'm gonna copy this code and in views.py, so right in the list item view, if the search is clicked, if we click on the search button, we want to test if the checkbox is selected, the export to CSV checkbox. If it is selected, then we will run this piece of code. In that if condition, I'm gonna paste another test right there. That is another if condition within the search condition. Okay, if the export to CSV is selected, that is if the value equals true, we're gonna make a variable called response, and then we're gonna set it to HTTP response type of CSV, and we're gonna set the file name of that response to the list of stock.csv. You want to type the file name of the CSV file right here. Okay, so we're gonna use the writer function, the csv.writer function. So we're gonna pass in the response and assign that to the writer variable, and now we are ready to write the data in the CSV file. Okay, so the first line will be the headers. Okay, so we're gonna have the category, item name, and the quantity as the heading of the columns. Okay, so we're gonna do writer.write row. The first row will have these headings. Okay, so we're gonna do a follow-up. So we're gonna look through the query set that we get from here. That's the same query set that we are looping. We're gonna set it to a variable called instance, and then do a follow-up to check for every single item in that variable, in the variable instance. We're gonna do a write row. Okay, we're gonna write data on the CSV file, and this is what we're gonna write. Okay, we're gonna write the category of the item we found in the query set. We're gonna write also the item name and the quantity on the same line, okay, or on the same row. We're gonna move over to the second row and then write the next stock that we get, and then repeat that step number of times we have items in the query set. So I'm gonna tap that in, save it, and then do a test. But before I'm gonna run this code, or before I'm gonna do a test, I want to make sure that this category, I'm gonna remove it from the search function. I'm gonna cover that in another video, right? So right now it is a foreign key, and that will not work with iContains. Okay, so this right here, I'm gonna remove it, or I'm gonna just comment it, and we're gonna fix it in another video. I'm gonna save it, and in models.py we had this export to CSV. We're gonna remove that line as well. Okay, and I'm gonna set category to blank equals true, so that it will not require us to select a category in this drop down list. Okay, so I'm gonna set that to blank equals true. So I'm gonna save it and do make migration and migrate. So refresh on the application and then click on export to CSV and click search. So just by doing that, we have our file downloaded, and if I click on the file, we have the content of the database on an Excel file. So this is how to do export to CSV in Django, and I hope you enjoyed this video. If you do, click on the like button. Don't forget to subscribe, and see you in the next video. Right, in this video we're going to look at how to add notification to our application. If I go to the list of items and I delete an item, we should have this notification that the item is deleted successfully. The same will apply if I add an item, choose the category, add an item name, the quantity, and I click save, will have successfully saved. So this is what we're gonna implement in this video. If you're not a subscriber and you enjoy videos like this, please consider subscribing so that you don't miss our future videos. As usual, we have all the codes on the website. So we have how to add notification to Django. Alright, so the first step is to import messages from Django.contrib. So I'm gonna copy this and then paste it in views.py. Then move to step number 2. So I'm gonna add the message I want to display in the template in the views.py. So let's say if I want to display a message after deleting an item, I'm gonna copy this and paste it in the delete view. Copy and then move to views.py. So I'm gonna find the delete view, which is right down here, and immediately after the delete, I'm gonna paste the code right there. Okay, so I'm gonna do the same for add item. That is gonna be immediately after form.save. Likewise, update item. I'm gonna save it and then move to the next step. And I'm gonna paste this code on the template where I want to display the message. Like if you look at our code, if I save an item, it will redirect me to list items. Okay, so it's gonna redirect me to a list of items. So the same thing applies to the delete and add item view. Okay, so this is where I'm gonna paste the code on step number 3. So I'm gonna copy this and then paste it in list of items or the list item view. So I'm gonna find where I want to display the message. Like in my case, I want to display the message right above here. Okay, so I'm gonna paste it just before the jumbotron. Save it. Alright, so let's test it. I'm gonna refresh this page and I'll try to delete an item. So if I click yes, we should see this message successfully saved. Alright, I'm gonna edit this code. I'm gonna say successfully delete, okay, in this case, because that is a delete operation. I'm gonna write deleted successfully. Okay, I'm gonna save it. Another thing is, we don't want our message to display like this. We want to format it a bit. That's the last part. So I'm gonna copy the styling and paste it in stylesheet.css. Paste it below the header right there. I'm gonna save it and then test it again. So I'm gonna try to delete an item. I'm gonna click on delete. And I click yes, so that you can see the styling is applied right there. Okay, so this is how to add notification to your application in Django. If you like this video, please click on the like button. If you enjoy videos like this, you might consider subscribing, and see you in the next video. Before we look at how to issue or receive item of our stock data, we want to take care of the Django date field, because we want to be able to grab a date and automatically put it in a field when we are updating our stock information. Alright, so in this video I want to take you through how to add or work with Django date fields. First, we will look at how to automatically add a date field to an object when saving it in a database. And then we're going to look at how to grab a time and date as we are updating that stock. Okay, so we want to have a timestamp to an object and specify when this object was originally created. And we're going to take another field and grab the time that we updated this stock or this object and put it in the updated field. We'll also look at how to allow the users to choose the date on their own. Right, so we're going to cover all that in this video. So if you're interested in videos like this, please consider subscribing so that you will not miss our future updates. Alright, so I'm going to switch back to our application and look at how it is currently configured. We have a category, item name, and a quantity field. So anytime I choose a category, let's say IT equipment, and then we want to add in mouse, and we want to specify the quantity as 10 and hit save. So I'm gonna add one extra field just beside the delete, and that field will include when this item was originally added in the database, and also another field that specifies when this item was updated or when this item was last updated. Okay, so I'm gonna head over to the template and add that column. So I'm gonna expand templates and then open a list items. So I'm gonna scroll down, immediately after delete or before the delete, I'm gonna add 2 extra columns, and one of them will be timestamp. The other one will be last updated. Alright, so that was the header, so I'm gonna add the data part of it. Alright, so this field name is right in the model, so I'm gonna check what it was. Alright, so if I look through, I didn't see any timestamp. So I'm gonna add one field called timestamp. We want to have a timestamp, and the timestamp will be when this item was created. Okay, so to do that, we want to grab a time automatically anytime somebody clicks on save. Like if I head over to the application, if I click on add object, right, so now if I add the category, the item name, and the quantity, if I click on save, I want the application to grab the current date and time and save it in the database, and that will be our timestamp. So if I head over here, the timestamp, if you want to get the timestamp, we want to make sure the auto now add, that is when you are adding this item or this object in the database, if I set it to be false, that means the date and time will not be automatically added along with the data. Okay, so I'm gonna change this to true. So this means as I am adding this item in the database, choose the date and time and put it in this timestamp field. So the auto now means if I am updating this data, do I want to update timestamp information to the current time? So with the timestamp, I don't want it to change. I want it to be the date that it was originally created or originally saved in the database. So that means if I am adding it for the first time, add the date and time, but if I'm updating it, don't change the date. Okay, so I'm gonna change this to false. Alright, so this is how to set the timestamp. I'm gonna save it, and now for the last updated, as I am adding it in the database, I don't want this field to be populated. Okay, so I don't want to add anything in this field, so I'm gonna leave it blank. So that means auto now add should be false. Okay, but when I click on that item and I change something in it and I click save, that is now I'm trying to update this object. So during this time, I want to grab the date and time and save it in this field, so I would know that this item was once updated and this date was the last time it was updated. So with the auto now, I'm gonna set it to true, and auto now add will be false. So remember, auto now add is when you're adding it for the first time, and auto now means if you are updating the data. Alright, so if I set this to false and set this to true, Django will automatically put the current date and time in this field. So I'm gonna save this and then do make migration and migrate. Alright, so this is a very common thing that happened with Django. Alright, so since we added this field, the timestamp field, and set the auto now add to true, Django knows that this is a required field. So we have an existing data in our application. Alright, so this was the mouse that we just added. So now to pass this stage, it is asking me like the previous data or the data that is existing in your application. There was a data that doesn't have the timestamp. So now, do you want to set the default one as a timestamp for all the data that are currently existing, or you want to fix this in the model by adding the default for the data? I want to take the current date and time and slot it to all the existing records in the application. So I'm going to choose option number 1 and press enter. So now it is asking me to specify the date and time. So I'm gonna just choose timezone.now so that it will grab the current date and time and then slot it in those existing data. Okay, so I'm gonna type timezone.now and press enter. Alright, so I'm gonna now type manage.py migrate. Okay, so I can now refresh the app, or I can now go to list of items and then continue on the table. So I'm gonna switch over and then go to the list of items. So I added timestamp and last updated. Alright, so we were supposed to have timestamp right here and last updated below it. Save it and refresh the application. Alright, so I'm gonna add one more data so that we see how this works. I'm gonna click add items and then choose phone as the category. I'm gonna click save. Okay, so it looks like with the new Django, this field also will have to be added since it is a required field. So it's gonna choose the same date and time for timestamp and also last updated. Okay, so now it is 1 minute past since when I added this item. I'm gonna try to update Samsung and then adjust the quantity to 10 and click save. So with this one, you can see the timestamp remains the same as when it was added in the database, but the last updated changed to the current date and time, right? So this is how to do the timestamp and the last updated field. So now, how about if you want the users to be able to choose their date and time on their own? So let's say now they want to do an issue of an item, or maybe they want to save data in the application, but they want to choose when this happened. Okay, I'm gonna add one extra field and name it date. So with the date, I want the users to be able to choose their date and time on their own. Okay, so for the auto now add, I'm gonna set it to false, and auto now also will be false. So if you specify both of them to be false, Django will now allow you to specify this field in your forms. Like if I save it and I have to move to forms.py and add the form right here and then save it. So if I refresh on the app, or if I click on add items, you can see we have this new field as date. So you can now define what date you want to put right in here. Okay, but if I switch over to the other dates, or let's say the other fields, like with the timestamp, if I want to add the timestamp or the last updated field to the form, it will break the server. Okay, so it will have an error. Now if I save this, if I paste it here and then save it, you can see our application got an error. Last updated cannot be specified for stock model form as it is a non-editable field. So if we choose to have true on any of these two, whether auto now add or auto now, it's gonna be a non-editable field. Okay, so this is how to add date field in Django. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you do, consider clicking on the like button. If you have not subscribed yet, you might consider subscribing so that you don't miss our future videos. So thanks, and see you in the next one. Welcome back to another video. In this one, we're gonna look at how to create a detail page of our application, and from that detail page is where we're gonna do an update of our stock level, and it's gonna be another short video. So I'm gonna switch over to the blog site to show you the codes and then copy and paste it as usual. So in step number 1, we're gonna create the stock detail template. Alright, so that's the code I have here. I'm gonna copy this and then create a stock detail page or a stock detail template. So it's gonna be very similar to the list of items. So I'm gonna save this as stock detail. On the stock detail page, we want to have the category of the item name, the quantity, the reorder level, and also when it was last updated. So that's the code I already typed on the blog, so I'm gonna paste it here. Okay, and we're gonna add 2 buttons, and those buttons will be used to update our stock level. The first one will be issue this item, and the second one will be receive this item. So I'm going to click on receive item if I bought an item and then I'm putting it in the store, so that's like I'm receiving that item. If I issue it out to people requesting for the item, I'm going to click on the issue this item button. Okay, so currently it's going to be a dummy button. It's not going to take us anywhere, but we're going to fix that soon. Alright, so we're going to have an item name, quantity, last updated, and the reorder level. I would not also need the form, so I'm going to take out the form. Alright, so I'm going to save it and then move to the next step. Alright, so in views.py you're going to create a stock detail view. So I'll copy this code and then paste it in views.py. Alright, so the stock details view is very similar to the update item view. So just that we don't have the form to edit or modify the content of that data. So we will have a query set, and then we're going to have a context. So this is what we're going to use to display the details of that item on this page. Alright, so using the query set.item name, query set.quantity, query set.last updated, and the reorder level. Alright, so we're going to have the query set in the context so that we can use that query set right here. Alright, so I will not need the title. I can just remove that as well. So I'm going to save this and then do the next step. So I'm going to make a URL. Alright, so this URL is what we're going to click to take us to this detail page. Like if I go to the list of items, I want to have a URL. Like if I click on the stock level, that is number 10 right here. If I click on this number 10, I want it to take me to the stock detail page where I can do the issuing and receiving of stock. Right, so that's what we have here. So I'm gonna copy this and paste it in urls.py. Alright, so we're gonna have a URL that's gonna be /stock details / the ID of the stock. Then we're gonna have the view name right here and also the name of the URL. Since we have the name as stock details, that's what we're gonna use in the list of items page. Alright, so I'm gonna make this an anchor. That is the last step. The quantity, I'm gonna copy this anchor right here and then paste it here and then close the anchor right there. Okay, so I'm going to change this to detail, stock detail, save it and then refresh the app and see what we get. Alright, so I'm going to click refresh. Alright, so you can see the quantity is now a clickable link. So if I click it, it should take me to the stock detail view. Right, so I'm gonna cut this video here, and in the next video we're gonna see how to issue the item and receive them. So with that we'll be able to add or subtract our stock level. Alright, so I hope you enjoyed this video. If you do, click on the thumbs up. If you have any questions, you can leave them in the comments below. Don't forget to subscribe if you enjoy videos like this. See you in the next one. Okay, so today we're going to look at how to update our stock level of the application. For example, I have the app running. Let's say for the keywords we have 0 items in the store. So in the previous video we've added these clickable links. If I click on the quantity, it will take me to the detail page. So on the detail page I have 2 buttons. I can issue this item to people or receive it that is like adding the stock level, and this is subtracting the stock level. So in this video, we're gonna make this two button functional. Like if I click on receive this item, okay, if I put the receive quantity, let's say I received 20, and I click save, you can see the quantity is now updated. We also have this message that received successfully, 20 keywords now in the store. So this is what we want to implement in this video. So the same applies when you're issuing the item. Let's look at that as well. So I can issue out, let's say 5 to myself. Okay, I'm gonna click save. You can see this time it has subtracted 5 from the quantity. Alright, so we have all the steps on the site, step by step, so you just have to copy and paste them as usual. So the first step is to create a form in forms.py. On this one we have two forms. We have the form for issuing the item and also receiving the item. So I'm going to copy both the forms and paste them in forms.py. Okay, so the issue form will have issue quantity and issue to. Alright, so those are the two fields that it will have. We're going to put the quantity that we want to issue out and who do we issue out to. Okay, so for the received form, we just want to have quantity, not received by. In another video, we will see how to automatically fill the received by field as we are doing the receive. Okay, we're going to do the same thing for issue by. Alright. So in this video, I'm going to remove this field. Okay, so we have the forms. We're going to move to the next step, which is the views.py. We want to import the issue form and the receive form in the views.py and then create a view for issuing the item and also receiving the items. Alright, so I'm going to copy both of them. And paste it in views.py. So since we are calling the form, the issue form right here, we have to import them. Okay, so I'm gonna scroll all the way up and import it. So what I'm gonna do is to import everything at once. Okay, I will not be importing the individual, so I'm gonna use a star and click save. Okay, so let's look at what the view is doing for us. So it's similar to the update view that we have up here from another video. Alright, so we're gonna have a function that takes a request and the primary key of an item, and then have a query set which is filtered to that item with the primary key that was passed in. Okay, so since we just created the forms, which is the issue form, we're gonna use that as the form. And then we're gonna define the parameters right there, what we want to do, the quantity amount that we want to issue out. Okay, so we're gonna check if the form that is valid, do this process. Okay, so we're gonna have a variable instance which is equals to form.save commit equals false. So we're doing commit equals false so that we will have the parameters assigned to this variable, and then we can do an adjustment there and then finally save it. Right here we have this variable instance. That instance dot issue quantity, the quantity that was in this instance, will be subtracted from the quantity. Alright, like if I go into the models, you can see we have the quantity, we have the issue quantity as well. So we're subtracting whatever we put in this field from the quantity. Alright, so that's what we are doing in the views right there. Okay, so we will specify the amount that we want to subtract or the amount that we want to issue out from the quantity. So that is plus equal. Okay, it's gonna do the subtraction, and then whatever it has is gonna assign it to the instance.quantity. So this right here is a short form of this. Instance.quantity is equals to the same instance.quantity minus the instance.issueQuantity. we're gonna take the current total, the current quantity, and subtract this from it. Alright, and then whatever number that we have, we're gonna assign that new number to the instance.quantity and then save that. Alright, so the short way of writing that is, I'm gonna remove this. The short way of writing it is instance.quantity minus equals instance.issueQuantity. Alright, so I hope you get that. If you don't get it, you can repeat that part multiple times until you get it. Alright, so this is the short form of that subtraction there. Alright, so I'll explain this in another video. I'm going to remove this for now. So that is basically what we're trying to grab the name of the user account and then save them as the one who performed this process. Okay, so we're going to do that in another video. This is the message that we want to display to the users. Alright, so you can say issue successfully, and now I'm gonna concatenate that with the quantity, the updated quantity, and the instance dot item name. Okay, alright, so we're gonna say issue successfully. This amount of quantity, this amount of this object is now left in the store. So we're gonna display the quantity of the item right here and the name of that item. Okay, so that's the message that we just saw here. Issued successfully, 15 keyboards now left in the store. Alright, so then we can now do instant.save. Okay, so I hope you get that. So we're going to do exactly the same for the receive item. Okay, so it's going to be very similar, but in this case we're going to do plus equal. So we're going to say instant.quantity plus equal instant.receive quantity. Alright, so I hope you get that. Alright, so I'm going to save this and then move to the next step. So this is the context that we've been using over and over. I hope you get that by now. So we'll use these parameters later in another video, so I'm going to leave them here for now. So you're going to save this and then move to the next step. So we're gonna make the URLs that will take us to the issue and receive items. Okay, those views that we just created. So I'm gonna copy these two URLs and paste them in urls.py. So right below the stock details, I'm gonna paste it right here, and then make sure that it's indented properly. Alright, so I'm gonna save this and then move to the last step. That is to create the HTML anchor links on the page where we're gonna click to take us to the issue and the receive item. Alright, so that is these two links right here. So currently if I click on the issue items, nothing happened. Likewise, receive item. Alright, we're gonna make sure these buttons are linked to that URLs that we created. So that's the code I have right here. Okay, so we're gonna have the anchor links. In the detail form is where we're gonna put it. So we're gonna put that in the detail template. Right, so I'm gonna go to detail template. So right where I have the anchor tag, I'm gonna replace it with the URL for that issue item, and I'm gonna replace this one also with the URL of the receive item. Okay, so I'm gonna save it and test that. So I'm gonna refresh, and then I'm gonna go to keyboards and then click issue this item. These details are coming from the last issue items we just did. In another video we're gonna blank out this form so that we will not mistakenly click save and repeat this process again. Alright, but that's gonna be for another video. So in this case I want to issue out 10 to, I'm gonna click save. Okay, so we have 5 now left in the store, and that is the notification right here. So I'm gonna test the receive items and make sure that it's working as well. So I'm gonna add 10 right here. So our balance was 5, so if I receive 10, we receive 15. Okay, So this is how to update your stock level, and I hope you enjoyed the video. If you do, click on the like button. Don't forget to subscribe if you are a new user or if you have not subscribed yet. See you in another video. Alright, so welcome back to another video. We are about to wrap up with this series. So all along we've been using a database to hold this application's data. Alright, so if I switch over to the application, this is the data that we've already inputted in it. This data is sitting in an SQLite database. Okay, so there's nothing wrong with that database, just that you would need to find another solution if you want to scale up your project. So in this video we're going to show you how to configure your application to save its data in a MySQL database instead of an SQLite database. And that SQLite database is the default one. It comes with Django by default. Alright, so today we want to configure our application to be able to save its data in a MySQL database. Alright, so switching over to the steps, we will have to install MySQL on our machine. Okay, so that's the command to do that. And we also have to install some prerequisites and also a workbench, a MySQL workbench. This is not necessary, but if you want to be able to manage your database with a graphical user interface, you might need to install MySQL workbench. And workbench is this application right here. Alright, so this is a MySQL workbench application. I can log into the database. So I'm managing all these databases on my computer with this single application, the MySQL workbench. So if you want to have the same environment, you will need to install a workbench. There are other MySQL management systems like PHPMyAdmin. So any one of them should work fine. Okay, so I'm going to stick with MySQL workbench. Okay, so let's see how that is done. So while installing MySQL server, it will prompt for a username and a password. So that will be the username and the password that you will use when logging in to your database. Like if I click on this local instance, it's asking for a username and a password, right? So I was already logged in, that's why I didn't ask for that username and a password. So I'm going to repeat the steps again. If I click on this username and a password is what you're going to enter at this prompt. Okay, so next is to install MySQL Python and MySQL client. The MySQL Python part might not be necessary. This is usually necessary with the older operating systems. Okay, so with the newer one, just try to install MySQL client. If it works fine, then you're good. So I'm just going to install MySQL client. Next is to create a database in the MySQL server. This is usually called a schema. Alright, so we're going to create a username and also a password for it. So I'm going to switch over to Workbench and then enter my credentials. So I'm going to create a database called stockmgmt. So I'm going to go to the Add Schema button here and then type the schema name, that is the database name. I'm going to type stockmgmt and I'm going to click apply. Okay, I'm going to click apply again and then close. Alright, so now we have the database. If I click on this refresh and I scroll down, I should be able to see the database here. Okay, but it is currently empty. Alright, so if you look at the tables, it is empty. We don't have any table in it. So next is to create a username and a password that the application will use. This application will use when saving this data in the database or in the table. Okay, and that is this username and a password, my username and my password. So I'm going to click user and privileges and then click add account. I'm going to type the username here, my username, and I'm going to type the password right here and then confirm the password. Make sure you use a very strong password. I'm gonna click apply. Alright, so now we have this username here, my username. We want this username to be able to have access to this database, okay? So I'm gonna go to the schema privileges right here and then click add entry. So if I want this username to be able to have access to all these schemas or all these databases, I'm gonna leave it at all schema, right? So in my case, I want this user to be able to have access to this stock management database and only the stock management database, right? So I'm gonna click select schema, okay, and I'm selecting the stock MGMT and then click OK. Alright, so I'm gonna click select all and then click apply. So we're done with the workbench part. So we can now switch over to the application and then configure it to send its data to the database that we created with the username and the password that we just created here. Okay, so that is the next step. So I'm going to configure Django to use MySQL database instead of SQLite database. Okay, so I'm going to select this and copy it. That's the code that you need to put in the settings file. So I'm going to switch over to the project that we are building. So I'm going to go to the Django project. That's the project name, and I'm going to go to settings.py and then scroll to where I have the database set up. That is right here. So I'm going to select this and comment it and then paste the new code below it. Alright, so previously it is using a back end of the SQLite tree, but we are configuring to use a MySQL database. So the name of the database will be stockmgmt. The username will be the username we just created. That's the my username and my password. Alright, so make sure these parameters match and then click save. So that's all you needed to do to configure Django to send its data to a MySQL database instead of SQLite tree. Okay, but I'm gonna do one more thing. So right here, if I switch over to the command line, it is saying we have 26 unapplied migrations. Okay, so if I switch over to the application and I expand stock MGMT, then migrations, you can see we have all these migrations waiting to be sent into the database. So I'm gonna remove all of these except the init.py, because these are all the updates that we've been doing to our models.py file. Okay, this file right here, we've been doing some updates and some adjustment to this file, so that created all these migration files. Okay, so the initial one was what we had this originally. Okay, so after that we've been adding some extra fields and adjusting some parameters right here, so it has also been creating all these migration files. So I don't want that to be repeated. I want to have my model sent to the database as it is at this moment. Okay, so with this, it will create a table with this code. Okay, so looking at this code, we had our category as a character field, but our model is a foreign key field. So as it is, the migration will create the database with this table. Alright, and then use these scripts to modify them one after the other. So we don't want that to happen, so I'm going to delete all of them except the init.py. so this is the original file that was in it. So I'm going to remove all of these, so I can delete all of these files by right clicking and then selecting delete file, or I can go to containing folder and then select all of them and then hit delete. Okay, so now I'm gonna stop the application and run it again and see how many migrations we have. So this time we have 17 migrations. Okay, so I think that's good. So we're gonna do Python manage.py or manage.py migrate. Okay, so looking through this log, we notice that our table is not created in the database. Okay, I mean the stock table, that is this model right here. Okay, the category and the stock table is not created because we can't find it in this log. And if we switch over to the database management system and I click on the refresh, you can see the tables are now created. Okay, so you can see you have out group, you have out group permission, out permission, but there is nowhere we can find the stock and the category table. So that's because we didn't do make migration. Alright, so that's the command that will take the content of this file and send it to the MySQL server to create the table. So I'm gonna do make migration, and then migrate. So this time you can see create model category and create model stock file is created in migrations folder. Where is migration? Okay, right here you can see we have initial migration, and that will create our category and also the stock table. So I'm gonna now do migrate again, migrate, and that will create those two tables for us. So we can confirm that it's created in the table by refreshing here and then checking if we have those two. So those are the two tables that it created. Okay, so I can switch over to the application and do a test. I'm gonna refresh. Right now all the data that we're seeing is left behind in the SQLi3 database. So if I refresh, everything should be blank. Alright, so let's try to add data. So we don't have any category, so we can switch over to admin and create a category. Alright, so we also have to create a username and a password because everything that we have from this application is left in the SQLi3 database tables. Okay, so we have to create another super user. Let's try to log in. And then create some categories. Now I can switch over to the side and try to add some data in it. Alright, so now we have added this item in the database. So let's see if this data is reflecting on the workbench. Alright, so I'm gonna go to the category and right click, select row. So right there we have the category. Okay, so that is the category that we created, and I can do the select all from the stock management side or the stock management table. So right there we have the data. Okay, so this is how to configure Django to use MySQL to save its data. Alright, so if you like this video, hit the like button, don't forget to subscribe, and see you in the next video. In this one we're gonna look at how to set up an alert when your stock quantity reaches a certain level. For example, on the screen we have 3 items. We have Samsung, we have Apple, and Oppo. Samsung has 10 items in the store. We have Apple with 25 items. We have Oppo with 7. So each of these items have their own reorder level. And what is reorder level? This is a number that helps us to know that this item is running low. For example, for Samsung, we set the reorder level to 5. That means when it gets to 5, we want to order this item. Alright, and the system will alert us that this item is running low. Now if you look at Oppo, the quantity is 7 and the reorder level is set to 10. Now if this item, the quantity of this item gets to 10 or below 10, it will give us this orange alert. Okay, now let's look at Samsung. Its reorder level is set to 5. I'm gonna issue this item and the quantity will go below 5, okay, or we can issue 5 and we will be left with 5. So we should see an alert on this quantity. Okay, so to do that, I'm gonna click on the item name and I'm gonna click on issue this item. I'm gonna issue at 5, issue 2, and I'm gonna put some random text. Now I'm gonna click save. Alright, now if I head back to the list of items, the item Samsung, which is the reorder level, and it is highlighted. I can also adjust the reorder level, and I'm gonna set it to number 2, and I click save. So with this, the highlight is no more applied to the quantity. So this is what we're gonna look at in this video. If you're interested in videos like this, please consider subscribing so that you will not miss our future videos. Alright, so we have all the steps on the blog side. The first one is to create a form that we will use to set the reorder level. So I'm going to copy this code and paste it in forms.py. Alright, we're going to create a form and name it reorder level form, okay, and that will have the field of reorder level. That field was already created in the model stock, okay. So I'm gonna save it and then move to the next step, which is to create the reorder level view. So I'm gonna copy the entire code and paste it in views.py. It's also very similar to the edit view, just that we are using a different form, and that form has only one field, which is the reorder level, okay. So but everything else is just the same, okay. So I'm gonna save this and then create a URL for it, which is the next step. I'm gonna go to urls.py and paste it right below the receive item URL. So I'm gonna save it and then move to the next step. That is step number 4, okay. So step number 4 is what does the highlighting for us, okay. It's a very simple logic. I'm gonna switch to the templates, the list of items. Alright, so I'm gonna paste the code just above the loop and I explain it, okay. So we're creating a table data. Let me align that properly so that you can see what's going on. Alright, so this is the logic here. We're gonna have a TD, alright, and within the TD we'll have two sets of instance.quantity. One of them will be wrapped with a div that has a background styling of orange, okay, that is this one, and the other one will not have that styling, okay. So that is, if this condition is met, apply this, okay, else just give us the instance.quantity with no styling and then end the if statement, okay. So I'm gonna take this TD, cut it out, and then replace this one, okay. So remember, we have to bring back our URL, the stock detailed URL. So I'm gonna paste it over it, okay. So I want to have the URL applied on both this and this, okay. So I'm gonna break this from the line here so that I can easily apply the URL, okay. So I'm gonna copy this URL and then paste it right here. I'm gonna break this one as well, paste it right here and close it right here. Alright, so I'm gonna do the same, paste it here and close it right here. Remember, this is stock details. You can confirm it from here. This is stock details. I'm gonna paste it here, okay. So I'm gonna save this. Alright, so now let's go through the code once more. If instance.quantity is less than or equal to the instance.reorder level, have this. Alright, so I'm gonna break the div right here so that it's easier to read. I'm gonna indent that in. Alright, So if this condition is met, we're gonna have a div, and within the div we're gonna have that instance.quantity. Alright, so the div will have a background of orange, else we just have the regular instance.quantity with the clickable anchor, alright, or with the anchor applied to it. Alright, so I'm gonna save this and then move to the last step. So on step number 5, we want to make the reorder level column appear here. Okay, we want to have a reorder level column or somewhere around here so that we can update it. As it is, we can set the reorder level. Okay, so that's what we are doing with this last piece of code. So I'm gonna copy it and paste it in list items template. So I want it to appear right after the quantity, so I'm gonna paste it here. Alright, so we're gonna have a header for it after the quantity. I'm gonna copy and paste the quantity and call it reorder level. Save it and then refresh the app. Okay, so this is what we have. Okay, so let's test it. I'm gonna set the reorder level to 5 and then see if this is gonna be highlighted. I'm gonna click save. Okay, so we have that working. So this is how to do the reorder level, and I hope you enjoyed this video. Don't forget to click on the like button if you do enjoy it, and please subscribe to this channel if you're interested in videos like this. See you in another one. So in this video we're gonna look at something like this. If I'm not logged into this application, I'll have the login button. Okay, so if I click on the login button, type my username, I'll have my username displayed right beside the logout button, and then I can now log out. And before logging in, we only have the home button right here, and the list and add items URL will only be displayed to login users. And let's say you want to log into this application but have the URL. I'll log out and try to paste this URL. It will redirect you to the login page, and once you log in, it will now take you to whatever URL you're trying to reach before logging in. If you're not a subscriber and you enjoy videos like this, you might consider subscribing so that you'll not miss our future videos. Welcome back to another video. In this one, we're going to look at how to do authentication in our application. All along, the users of the application can open the application, enter data, and list it out without any restriction. So in this one, we want to look at how to allow the users to log in before they are able to do any process in the application. Alright, so we're going to do this with Django registration redux, and this is how to install it. Pip install Django-registration-redux. Alright, so the next step is to add the registration redux to the install apps. Okay, so you can copy this line, open settings.py, and in the install apps, paste it just above the Django contrib auth. Okay, so save it and then move to the next step. Alright, so next you will have to do the migrate so that these application tables will be created in the database. That is the registration redux. Okay, it comes with predefined tables in the application. Alright, so I'm gonna paste that in the terminal. Alright, in my case it says no migration to apply. So if you're doing it for the first time, you'll have about 3 of them to be migrated in the database. Okay, so we can now move to the next step. So we have to paste this code in settings.py. I'm gonna scroll down and paste it over there. So once users register on your site, you want them to confirm their email within 7 days. Okay, so the next is registration auto login. So that is, if you're registered, the next time you come into the application, it will log you in automatically. Alright, so we have site 1 ID. So this is the first site of the Django application. So we are associating this with the site with ID of 1. So login redirect is, if you log in, if you click on the login button, and then type in your username and a password. Once you authenticate it, it will redirect you to the home page. Okay, you can put any URL here. So I'm redirecting users to the home page in my case. Save it and then move over to the next step. Alright, next is to include all the URLs that comes with the Django registration redux. So if you install this registration redux, it comes with each set of URLs. Okay, so now we are including this in our application's URL. So now if you want to log in or log out, we will type account/login or account/logout. So I'm going to copy this code and then show you how it works. First, we'll have to import the include keyword right here, okay, because we want to use it here to include the set of URLs within the Django registration application. Okay, so I'm gonna do the import. So we're gonna import it inside the URLs.py. So if you look at it, we have Django.urls import path. So we're gonna import include as well. So I'm gonna just put it right before the path and then remove this other line. Save it and then copy the next part. So I'm gonna paste that just below the admin URLs. So just like how the admin works, if I want to go to admin, I'm gonna type /admin, okay, but behind admin there are a bunch of URLs. So this is exactly the same that we are doing for the registration redux. Okay, so if I save this, anytime I want to go to the registration URLs, I'll have to type the application URL /accounts/login. Okay, so when I do this, the application knows that it needs to forward this request to look into the list of URLs in the Django registration application. Alright, so it does that, but it sees that there are no base.html in our application, so it is requesting for that and it cannot find it. So that's what we're gonna create next. Okay, so I'm gonna create a base.html. I'm gonna have the same structure as my home page. Like if I go to home, I want to use this as my base.html template. I'm going to open the home page. Okay, I'm going to save it as base.html. Okay, so we'll have to create a field where the users will type their username and password. So that's the next part. So we're gonna copy this and paste it where we want the users to type their username and a password within the base document, okay, or within the base template. So right here, I want the login details to appear just below this line. Okay, so I'm gonna paste it right here and then indent that properly, save it and then refresh or try to log in again. Account/login. So we have our login fields right here. Okay, so I want to remove this button, so I want to replace it with this. I'm gonna cut it out and then paste it right here. Save it and then refresh again. Alright, so this is how I want it. So let's test the username and a password. So in a previous video we created a username. Let's try to log in with that. Okay, I need to remember that password. Okay, I'm logged in now. So with the current look, you can't tell whether you are logged in or logged out. Okay, we can test that by going to the admin. Okay, so this shows us that we are logged in. Okay, right at the front end we want to show something that tells us that we are logged in. Okay, so something like to create a login and logout button right here. if you're logged in, it will give you log out, and if you're not logged in, that button will be changed to login. So let's see how that is done. So copy this code and then paste it in the navbar. Right, so right where the search button is, where I have this search button, I want to replace it with a login and logout button. Right, that is the search right here. I'm going to replace it with a code, save, and then refresh. Right, so since we are logged in, our username is displayed, and then next to it we have a logout button. If I click on the logout, it will now change to login. So if I click login, type my username and my password. Alright, so we have my username and logout. I also have another user account. Let's see how that works. I can log in with test. Right here we have test and logout. So if you look at the code, we have if request the user is authenticated, display this link. Alright, else give us the login URL. So that's the logic there. And then this template tag will query the user and then display the current login, and then it will have pipe logout. Okay, so this is how to implement logging and logout in your application. So but before we end the video, we want to restrict users from being able to click the list and then add items when they are not logged in. So for example, right here I'm logged in as test. If I log out, I should not be able to click the list of items or the add items. Okay, so we want to restrict this from anonymous users. So the simplest way to do that is using decorators. Okay, so we're gonna import the login decorator in our views.py, and then use it right here. Okay, and then use that login required decorator wherever I want to restrict anonymous users. So for example, I want to restrict them from being able to access list items, so I'm gonna have add login required. Okay, so if I save it and then try to access this page, it will force me to log in before I am able to access that URL, okay, or that view. On the address bar here, it knows that we're trying to go to the list of items, so but it forces us to log in first before it takes us there. So once I log in, it will take us to the list items. Alright, so let's test that. When you're authenticated, it will now redirect you to wherever you wanted to go to. Okay, but if I log out, the add items is not yet restricted, so if I click it, it will give me access to it. So if I add the login decorator again on that, on the add items, if I refresh, it will require me to log in before I'm able to access that page. Okay, so we want to take this one step further. We don't want the users to be able to see this list when they're not logged in. Okay, so now to do that, you will use this. If the user is authenticated, then you can show us the link, else don't display the link. Alright, so I'm gonna head over to the navbar and copy this line. If request the user is authenticated, then have this URL. So I'm gonna have an if right here. So now we are wrapping the URLs with if request the user is authenticated. So this will hide this link from the users when they're not authenticated. So I'm gonna save it and then refresh. So you can see, since we are logged out, that list would not be displayed or would not be shown to us. So if I log in, then we'll see the list up here. Okay, we'll still need the login decorator. If the user copy this URL and then logs out, then paste the URL right here, it will still force them to log in before they're able to access that URL. So this is how to add authentication in your application. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you do, don't forget to click on the like button. Don't forget to subscribe if you want to receive these kind of videos from us. See you in the next one. So we have the history table, which is empty. We want to have all the items that have changed in this table. Okay, so if I go to list of items, I have 3 items. All right, we have Samsung, Apple, and Oppo. So let's say we issue an item Apple and we issue 60. Click save. So if I go to the history, I should see that this item was issued and this was the issue quantity, right? And it was issued by my user account, and this was the time that it was issued. So if I do a receive, I'm going to click receive and I'm going to receive 20 items and I click save. If I go to the history, the quantity is now 123. The received quantity was 20 and I was the one that received this item. So this is what we're going to do in this video. If you're not a subscriber and you enjoy videos like this, you might consider subscribing so that you will not miss our future videos. Okay, we have all the codes and we're going to follow it step by step. The first step is to create a model. We want to replicate our stock model. Like if I go to the models.py, so I have this model file. I want to replicate this, so I'm gonna make a similar model as the stock model. Okay, so that's what I created here. I'm gonna copy it and paste it in models.py. Okay, so now I'm gonna name this stock history, and we're setting all the fields to null true and blank true. Likewise, the auto now add and auto now as false, including the null true. Okay, so once we get this, we're gonna do save and then make migration and migrate. And then do migrate. Okay, so we're gonna move to the next step, and in this step, that is step number 3, we're gonna go to MySQL Management Studio. I'm using Workbench. You can use any of the management studio that you have. So what we want to do there is to create a trigger. So I'm gonna open Workbench. Enter my password. I'm going to scroll down to the stock management database and expand the tables. Alright, so we have the newly created table right here, the stock history table. Alright, so I'm going to right click it. Let me scroll that up a bit. I'm going to right click it and then click Alter Table. So now if you look at this table, I'm going to expand that a bit. Alright, so I don't want to have the PK, not null, and the auto increment for the ID field, because we are gonna use these fields to keep a record of another table. Okay, so I'm gonna remove all these checkboxes and then click save or apply and then click apply again. Alright, we're gonna click close now. Okay, so I'm gonna close this. The next step is to create a trigger. And now what is a trigger? This will be used to copy the content of our stock table into the stock history table. Like if I open models.py file, we have 2 tables. We have stock table, we have stock history table. So now what we want to do is, anytime an item is updated in this table, we want to copy the content of that update into this table. Okay, so we're going to use trigger to do that. Okay, now if I switch over to the code, I'm going to copy this, paste it in the Workbench, and I will explain what is going on here. Now if you want to have a blank query page, you're going to click on this SQL icon. Okay, so we're gonna paste it right here. Now I'm gonna scroll up and explain the script. So now this is gonna create our trigger for us. Okay, the trigger will have this name. I'm gonna explain why I gave it this name. But now after update on this table, that is the stock mgmt stock table, this table that we have here, the reason why we have stock mgmt underscore stock is this how Django names its tables. Okay, so it's the Django naming convention. It will take the name of the app underscore the model name. All right, so that's what we have here. Okay, so after update on this table, we want to write the content, the newly inputted content into these fields. Okay, so this is the new information that is being inputted in the table, the stock mgmt table. Okay, so we want to take the content of that and then fill it inside these fields. Okay, so that is if we update any item in this table. So that's the reason we gave this name. After this table is updated, do this. All right, but we're gonna have a condition right here. If the new.issue quantity is equals to 0. So now if I am doing receive, I will set the issue quantity to 0. We're gonna do that shortly. I'm gonna update our views, okay, and then come back to the script. So let's move to the views.py. So for issue item and receive item, we're gonna do this. Okay, immediately after form.save commit equals to false, I'm gonna do this instance dot issue quantity is equals to 0. Right, so when I'm doing issuing, I'm gonna set the receive quantity to 0. Okay, if I'm doing issuing, I want to set the receive quantity to 0, and if I'm doing receiving, I want to set the issue quantity to 0. All right, so it's just the opposite of what we have here. So just after the form.save, I'm gonna set the issue quantity to 0. So the reason why I'm doing this is if I switch over to the script, so since if we are doing receiving, the issue quantity will be 0, then we can run this script. Okay, and if we are doing issuing, the receive quantity will be 0, then if that condition is met, this script will be run. All right, so now what is this script doing? When we are receiving and if the issue quantity is 0, we're gonna insert into this table, the newly created table, our stock history table. We're gonna insert into it the new values that we just updated. Okay, so we're gonna insert all these values into these fields. Okay, so we're gonna insert the ID of the item, the last updated, the category ID, item name, quantity received, quantity, and received by. All right, so when issuing, and that will set our receive quantity to 0, we're gonna take all these values and then put them in these fields for this table. So I'm gonna run this code and then move to the next step. So I'm gonna click on this execute button and then confirm that it is executed. Okay, so I'm gonna run it again just to confirm that we don't have an error. Alright, so before we move to the next step, I'm gonna explain what we have up here. So we are setting the delimiter. By default, the delimiter is set to semicolon. Alright, so since we're gonna use a lot of semicolons in our code, we're gonna temporarily set the delimiter to this. So that means our code will be seen as one big script. Alright, so when we set the delimiter to this, we're gonna be able to use the semicolons within our script and then set it back to the default delimiter. Alright, so since we have our script beginning from here and ending here, okay, so and we change the delimiter to // we're gonna run the entire code as one big script. Okay, the next line is drop trigger if exist. So we're gonna drop this trigger name if it exists. So that means if we have an older script, okay, or older trigger with the same name, it's gonna drop it and then recreate it here, and then now have these conditions applied to that trigger. All right, so we're gonna move to the next step, which is to create the view. So I'm gonna copy this and paste it in views.py. Alright, so we're going to create a list history view, and that will list out all the updated items in the stock history table. Alright, so I'm going to save it and then switch over to the next step. So in step number 6, we want to create a list history template. So I'm going to copy this, right click, copy, and I'm going to make a copy of list items and then save it as list history. Replace the table with the code that I just copied from div all the way up to div. Okay, so I'm gonna remove the form for now. And then save it. Okay, so we can now move to step number 7 and then create a URL and urls.py. Okay, so we're gonna have list history as the URL and then create a button for it. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this and then paste it in navbar.html. So right after the add items, I'm gonna paste it here. Save it, save the URL, and then refresh the app, and then click list history. Alright, so at the moment our list of history is empty, right? So we're gonna do some issue and receive and see that the item is coming up on this screen. So I'm gonna go to list of items and then receive the device Samsung. I'm gonna receive, let's say 60, like that, and then click save. Alright, so let's click list history, so we can see we have one item in this table. So remember, this table is pulling the items from the stock history table. Okay, and if we move over to the database, if I do a query on this table, if I do right click and then select row, you can see we have one item in this table. So the trigger is working fine. Okay, so it's taking the content of what has changed into this new table. So I'm gonna do a few more receives and issues. Okay, so if I go to list history, you can see we have the category, the item name is not coming, but we have to look at that. So we have the quantity, the issue quantity, receive quantity, and the last updated. Alright, so now I'm gonna check why this item name is not coming up. So in the history, list of history, we're gonna check the name, item name. Alright, so right here we have an error. I'm gonna remove that, save it, and then refresh. Okay, so the item name is popping up. Alright, so we don't want to see these nones. Okay, so the reason why it's coming none is we're not copying the content of that field into this new field. Okay, so this is how we fix that. I'm gonna go back to the trigger. Okay, so if you look at it, if you're doing the receive, that is if the issue amount or the issue quantity is 0, we're just copying these fields. Alright, so this field, the issue quantity, is not copied into this table, so I'm gonna add that. So right here, right after the name, I'm gonna add issue underscore quantity, comma, issue by comma, and then in the next statement, if we're doing issue, we want to add the receive quantity and the receive by. I'm going to run this code again. Alright, so this is why we need this line right here, drop trigger if exists. Since we run it previously and we are running it again, it's going to delete the previous one and then update it with this new script. So I'm going to switch over and then do some issue and receive. Column count doesn't match the value at row 1. Okay, so this is a MySQL error. So if we switch over to the trigger, we've added the columns right here, but it's not added in the value sets. Okay, so since we added the issue quantity, the issue by, we have to add it here as well. Okay, so I'm gonna add issue quantity, and it has to be new dot issue quantity and new dot issue by. Okay, so we're gonna scroll down and then do the same for the receive quantity and receive by. New dot receive quantity and new dot receive by. Run it again and then refresh the screen. Okay, so the error is gone. So let's switch over to the history. This time you can see we have the 0 coming up right here, okay, for this item. So I'm gonna do a receive again for another item. Do an issue. Okay, and then click history again. So you can see this time we are having zeros. I'm gonna do a receive, and we should expect a 0 on the issue quantity. Alright, when we do a receive. Alright, so I'm gonna do a receive again for this item. Save. So we should expect to see 0 at the. Okay, so something is wrong with our code. It's not capturing our receives. Okay, so this is most likely on the views. So we're gonna go check the views. So if we are issuing items, it records that perfectly well. Okay, so we only have issues when we're doing receives. Okay, so I'm gonna check the receive view. That is right here. So with receive view, we should have the, alright, so we have an error right here. We should have issue quantity, not receive quantity. Okay, issue quantity to 0 when we are doing receiving. Alright, so let's test that again. So for the same device, I'm gonna do receive again. Receive this item, receive 60, click save, and then check the history again. Okay, this time we have the 0 coming up at this section, and then the 60 right here, and then the quantity also is updating. Alright, so next is to grab the username of the person doing this process. We want to add issue by and receive by on this table. So I'm gonna add 2 extra columns on the list history template. So I'm gonna add receive by and issue by. Save and refresh the screen. Right, so at this section we have none for all of this. Okay, so on the database we have these two columns, the issue by and receive by. Okay, but if you look at our code, it's not capturing that in the views.py. So when doing receive of an item, we want to grab the username of the login user. Okay, so we can do that like this: instance.receive by is equals to request.user. Okay, so I'm gonna do the same for the issue. Instance.issue by request.user. So if I save it and then head over here, try to test that list of items, do an issue, okay, so we have a simple lazy object user my username. So we have this error because we're trying to save an object into a string, okay, a field that receives that expects a string. So we need to convert this to a string, and here as well, save it and then refresh on the screen, click continue. Okay, so I'm gonna head over to the list history, scroll down, you can see I have my username right here. Alright, so I'm gonna do, and this time I'm gonna do receive, and we expect to see our username on the receive section or on the receive column. I'm gonna click another device, maybe this one, click receive, okay, so I'm gonna head back to the history, and you can see I have my username right here. Alright, so I'm gonna do an issue for this same device and see what will happen. Okay, so if I head back to the list history, you can see I have my name on both the issue and receive. So I don't want this to happen, and the reason why this is happening is we already have my name in the database for that item under the receive column, and now when I do the issue, it copies my name again right here. So to prevent this from happening, we can go back to our trigger. So when we are doing receive, that is on this script, we want to leave the issue by blank. So I'm going to remove issue by, okay, and remove it here as well. And when we are doing issuing, we don't want to capture receive by, okay, so I'm going to remove that and then run the code again. Alright, so let's test it again. For the same device or poll, I'm gonna go and then do an issue and then receive. Oh, we always forget to update the new column. Alright, so I'm gonna remove receive by in this case. Let's check if we do the same for the upper one. Okay, so we run the script again and then refresh the screen. Alright, then I'm gonna do a receive and then head over to the history. So in this case, you can see we have none right here and none right there. So this has been a long one, but I hope you enjoyed the video. Subscribe if you want to see more content like this. See you in the next video. In the last video, we looked at how to display the issue and receive of the items on this page. Okay, so anytime an item is issued out or received, it will copy the content to a different table and we can pull that table and list it out on this page. In this video, what we want to do is to be able to filter this content. Okay, let's say if I want to see only the phones, I can just select the category, select phones, and click search, so it will filter to just phones. Like if you look at the category, you see only the phones listed out. Okay, let's say we want to look at the other category, which is a computer category, and click filter or click search. We should be able to see only that. I can do filter based on the item name as well. Okay, let's say I want to see all the Apple devices. I click search, it filters it down to the Apple devices. Okay, so this is what we want to achieve in this video. So if you're not a subscriber and you enjoy videos like this, you might consider subscribing so that you'll not miss our future videos. We have all the codes on the blog site as usual, and that is video number 31. Alright, so the first step is to create the stock search form, and if you've been following this series from the beginning, we've already have that. That is this class. Like if I go into the forms.py, we should be able to have that form created right here. Okay, if you don't have it, just copy this code and paste it in your forms.py. Right, so the next step is to go into the list history view and then create an if statement. Alright, so what that if statement will do is to be able to do a search function. I'm gonna copy this and paste it right in there. In the views.py, I'm gonna look for the list history view, and right below this context, I'm gonna paste the code. Alright, so this form, I'm gonna move it up. It can be right there, but I'm gonna move it up a bit because I have all the variables on that section. Now this is the code I just copied, alright, including the form. So this is just the regular form assignment that we've been doing on all the other views. Okay, so now this statement right here, if request that method is post, if we do a search function, like if we click on the search button under application, we're gonna create a post request. Okay, and that post request is in the code that we're gonna copy and paste right in there. Like if I scroll down, this is the form that I'm gonna put in the list history template. Okay, so if you look at it, the method is post, and once we do the post, we're gonna trigger this condition. Okay, so we're gonna have a category as a variable. Okay, and this variable, I'm gonna explain this shortly, but what I'm gonna do is to jump to this other section and then come back to this. Okay, so now what we want to do is, if the request that method is post, that is if we click on the search button, we're gonna do a query, and we're gonna have a query set which is gonna be equal to the stock history.objects. So we're gonna look into the stock history table, okay, and then grab all the items from there and then filter it based on the item name that contains the item name that we have. Okay, like if I go to the application and then type the name of the item right here, like if I type Apple and click search, it's gonna look at whatever I type in there and then filter whatever is in the stock history object or stock history table. Okay, so it's gonna filter it to whatever I type in the field. Okay, and the field will be the item name field. So once we have this query set, okay, which is filtered based on the item name, okay, so now we're gonna do another query set. If category is not empty, then we're gonna do another query set, and in that query set we're gonna look at the category ID and then filter it to whatever was passed in. So since I have this variable category which is equal to whatever was passed in the form, like if I switch over to the application, we have this form. So these fields right here, they're not just text field or character fields, they will be represented by an ID. Like let's say the phone might be an ID of 1 and the computer can be an ID of 2. Okay, so we're not gonna select the computer text but the ID of that computer. Okay, so because we're doing that, we cannot use I-contains like we have it in the item name. All right, so that's the reason I have this filter to the category ID. So whatever category ID was passed in through this form, let's say if we selected phone, that might be an ID of 1, so this category will be equal to 1. So we can now do a filter and say category ID is equal to 1. All right, but that is gonna be filtered only when the category is not empty. That means if we select something from this field, but if not, it's gonna skip this query and we're gonna have only this as the query set. So that will now be displayed on the template. Okay, alright, so I'm gonna save this. If I click list items, form will be gone because we have to have it right here. Okay, I'm gonna have this form also on this context right here and then save it. Now if I refresh, we should be able to have the form. Alright, we should be able to have the form when we add the form in the templates. Alright, so I forgot to do that, so I'm gonna move to that step. That is the step number 3. Okay, I'm gonna copy this and paste it in list history template right here. Okay, just below this div, I'm gonna paste it right here and click save, refresh, and we should be able to have that form. It's still not coming, so we need to check why it is not coming. I'm gonna switch back to the view. Alright, we have form right here, we have form right here. I'm gonna save this and then check over the history, list history. Okay, sometimes what happens is if you configure all the settings and still now some things are not working, what you can do is to stop the server and run it again. Maybe that might solve the issue. I'm gonna refresh again. Okay, so this keeps happening. I don't know why it happens, but sometimes if you try to configure everything and nothing is coming, just stop the server and then run it again. Alright, so we're gonna do the test. I'm gonna filter based on the category. Okay, so let's do the computer category. Alright, so that's working. Let's test based on the item name. I'm gonna type laptop. Okay, we have the laptop right there. I'm gonna type Apple. Okay, so this is working, and if I leave everything blank and click search, it should be able to give me all the items from the database. Okay, so the next step is to be able to do the export to CSV. Okay, so this is just the same as what we did when we are doing the list item view, okay, or the list item export. So I'm gonna copy the next part of the code right here, the condition, and paste it within the post request. Okay, so I'm gonna switch to the views and paste it right in this if condition. Okay, I'm gonna paste it just below this. Paste it right here. Okay, I'm gonna click save and then test that. I should be able to have a file exported, and right here we have the file exported. Okay, so if you want to have an in-depth explanation of how this file is being exported, you can check the video that I will put in the description, or maybe somewhere around in this video. Okay, so we've already covered that, so that will be able to help you to understand how to export this file to a CSV. You can export all the items from the database. I have about 7 items. Okay, if I click on the export, it's gonna give me all the 7 items. We have 1 through 8, including the category. Now if I filter it down to the category and click export, it's gonna give me just that category. Okay, you can see we have only 1 item, and likewise the item name as well. Okay, now if I leave this blank and I choose just the apples and I click export or press enter, you can see with that we have only the specified items we want to see. Okay, so you should be able to filter it down to the specific items that you want to see and then also export it. Okay, if you only want to view it, you just have to remove the checkbox and then click search, then it will give you that item. If you want to export it, just click on the export and click search, and it will export that item for you. You can rename this checkbox to export/search if you want, but this is what we just accomplished in this video. So with that said, we've able to export or filter this table, and I hope you enjoyed this video. If you do, don't forget to click on the like button, click on the subscribe button if you enjoy videos like this, and see you in the next video. Okay, in this video we want to look at how to rearrange and redesign our application. So we're gonna change its look from this to this. Okay, so I believe this one is a little bit better than how it was designed, and we're gonna change the list of item page to this, and then the add items page, that is this one, will be changed to this. Okay, so if you like the old design, you might stick with that, but I want to change my design into this other look. Right, so to do that, we have all the codes on the block side. Okay, so we are implementing this using the Bootstrap rows and columns. All right, so you can read this short text to explain how they work and or what are columns and rows. All right, so I'm gonna move down to the code section. So if I go to the list of item page, that is this one right here, so it's currently not in rows and columns. All right, so we have two sections. I want to create these two sections. Like if you look at this screenshot, I have a column right here that contains the form and the buttons. So we're gonna move these buttons right down here. The add items button will be here, and the list history button will be here. So I'm gonna remove it from the navbar. All right, so we have two sections here. We're gonna have one section that will contain this form and the buttons, and then another column will have this table. Okay, two columns. All right, so the first column is gonna be this, and the second one will contain the table right here. Okay, so to implement that, we have these rows that starts right there and then end right here. Okay, so I'm gonna type this right here on the code, but you can copy and paste what I have on the block side. All right, so just where this form starts, this is where we have the form. So I'm gonna wrap the form with a column, but before we put it in a column, we have to define our row first. So you have to have a row that goes around everything that you want to put in columns. All right, so to demonstrate that, I'm gonna put a div class, and I give it a class of row. So this is a Bootstrap class that is already defined in your Bootstrap CSS. Okay, I'm gonna remove this and add it in a second. Okay, all right, so I want to indent everything that I will put inside the row. All right, so that starts from here, containing the table, all the way where the table ends. Okay, so I'm gonna move down. So there's a table, and there's a div that wraps the table. All right, the div that has the class display table ends right here. So I'm gonna indent both of them, including the form in. Okay, I'm gonna indent them in, so that's easier for me to wrap them inside another div. Okay, so I'm gonna indent them one more step. I'm gonna come down and create a div with a class of row. Okay, so this div starts here, it's gonna end right here. Okay, all right, so I want to make sure that this is on the same line. I'm gonna indent it a bit inside. All right, so let me just give it one more tab. Okay, so we have a div that starts here with a class of row and ends here. All right, I'm gonna give it a comment so that it's easier to work on it later. All right, here I'm gonna say end of row. Okay, so since I have everything from the form all the way down here inside this row, so I'm gonna put them in columns. Okay, like I explained, I have two sections. One of them will be the form, so I'm gonna put the form in a div, and that div will be giving a class of column-sm-2. so this row with Bootstrap have about 12 columns. Okay, so I'm gonna combine two columns and give it to the form. Okay, so the column will start right here. I will take two spacings or two column spacing, and I'm gonna end it right here. Okay, so I'm gonna indent that a bit. I'm gonna say n row or n column dash sm dash 2. Okay, so this column starts here and ends here. So I'm going to create another one. All right, right before the table, I'm going to create another column. Div class column dash sm dash 10. All right, so we are left with 10 after subtracting 2 from 12. So I'm going to use the entire 10 for the table. So I'm going to indent that a bit. All right, so I'm going to end it right here, just below the table, and then give it a comment and second column dash sm dash 10. All right, so since we put this code in 2 columns, we have the first column as column sm2 and the second one is column sm10. So if I save this and I switch over to the application, click refresh or click on the list of page, you can see it automatically put these things in columns. Okay, so this one just took 2 and the remaining 10 goes to the table. So now if I look at the screenshot I have, we needed to do a little bit of work. Like we want to add these buttons, the add items and the list history button. We also want to style the search button. Okay, so looking at it, the search is having a regular button without any styling. Okay, so we're gonna give it a bootstrap styling. We're gonna also create our own class and give it our custom styling. All right, okay, so we're gonna style this. Before we style it, I'm gonna bring down this button here. So that's what I have inside the code right here. Okay, it starts here and ends here. So we're gonna have 2 buttons. One of them is add items and the other one is list history. I'm gonna copy and paste it just below the form. All right, but it has to be within this column. Okay, so the column starts here and ends here. Just before it ends, that is below the form, I'm gonna paste it right here. Okay, I'm gonna save it and then switch over, do a refresh. Alright, so we have this button that is close to the search button. I'm gonna give it a few break lines just above here. I'm gonna give it a few BR, maybe 2. Save it and then refresh. Okay, I think that spacing is good. So I'm gonna style the search button. That is what we have here. I'm gonna give it a class of btn, that is a bootstrap class, and btn primary. Okay, the primary gives it the color. All right, so if I refresh, we have this button looking similar. Okay, but we want to give it the full width of this column, so that's where we create our own styling. Okay, or our own class that is called my button. So we have to create a class right here. I'm gonna give this one also the class name my button. So you can decide to create a style up here or maybe inside the style sheet CSS. Okay, so in this case, since we are putting all our custom style here in the style sheet CSS, I'm gonna paste it right here. Okay, so I've already created that right here, my button, and I'm gonna give it a width of 100%. So it's gonna take the entire width of the div that it is in. Okay, I'm gonna save it and then refresh. Alright, so these two got the styling. Alright, so let's check what's wrong with the search button. I'm gonna switch back here. Right, it looks like we didn't save it. Let's save it and then refresh. Alright, so that works. Okay, so if I'm switch back to our screenshot, okay, so with the screenshot you can see we have a larger space right here, and if I switch back to our current look, we have some cluttered table. Okay, so I want to remove the timestamp, the last updated, the count and the ID, okay, so that it looks like this. You might want to leave the last updated so that we know when this item was last updated. Okay, so I'm going to remove the count and the ID. I'm going to also remove the timestamp. Okay, so if I switch over to the list of items page, I'm going to remove this by commenting it, the ID. We're also going to remove the timestamp. Okay, so I'm going to scroll down and then remove the loop, the ID, and the timestamp. Save it and then refresh. Alright, so I think we got this like how we want it. So I'm going to switch over and compare them. Alright, so that looks identical. Alright, so with our screenshot, we removed the reorder label. You might want to leave it there, but in this case I'm going to leave it on this application. Alright, so I'm going to switch over to the add items page and then style it as well. So if I look at that screenshot, I want to have it designed like this. Okay, right, so I'm going to create a row that takes the entire width of the container that it is in, and create a column for the form and give it a size of 5. Okay, maybe 4, maybe 5. Okay, so I'm gonna switch over right here and then look at the code we have. Yeah, we're gonna give it a column of 5. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Next, I'm gonna go to add items. Okay, so right here where the form is, I'm gonna indent the form. Okay, and I'm gonna create a div with a class of row, and I'm gonna end the div right here. Okay, so I'm gonna create a column, div class column dash sm dash 5, and I end the column just below the form. Okay, so I'm gonna save it and then refresh. You can see how that changed. Okay, we want to give it the design that we have on our table. Okay, so we're gonna give it this curve and this shadow design. That is the class that we use for this table. If I can remember, I think it is let's check it right here, display class. Okay, I'm gonna copy that and I give it that class. We're gonna wrap this form inside that class. Okay, I'm gonna create another div class and I give it that class and that class right here. Save it and then refresh or click on the button. It takes us to add items page. We have it as we want it. Okay, but we still have some adjustment or some styling to do. I don't want this line up here, so I'm gonna go to my styling and then adjust this. Okay, so if I go to CSS, we're gonna look for that class. We have it right here. I want to remove this and also lower the 20 to maybe 15. Save, refresh. Here it is still appearing. Maybe I might lower the 15 to 10. Okay, so that blended in the background perfectly well. Okay, so I want to style the button, the save button. Let's do that next. We're gonna give it a class btn primary. Save it. Okay, so I think we got it. Let's check the sample that we have and then compare it with this. I think that is okay. Alright, okay, so next is to remove this button since we have them in the list item page. It looks like our buttons are not taking the full width of the space. Let's check why that is happening. So I'm gonna go back to the CSS, check the styling. Okay, so I think we need to add back our button class. Okay, Alright, so we need to add back our button class, that is this right here. Okay, copy and then save it in style.css, save, and then make sure it is taking the full width of the column. Okay, so we want to remove this button since we have them here, the items and the list of items. So I'm gonna go to the navbar right here and then comment them out or just delete them. So the list item page, I'm also gonna remove it, the list item menu I mean. So if I refresh, so we can go to add items, but we cannot go back to the list of items. So I want to use that as my home page. So if I click on the home button, I want it to take me to the list of items page. Okay, at the moment we don't need this home page, so I want the home page to be the list of items. So to do that, we have to go back in the home view. Okay, so that's what I have here. If you scroll all the way down, you have the return redirect. I'm gonna copy this and then paste it in the views right here, right in the home view. I'm gonna comment this and then do a redirect. Instead of rendering a home page, it's gonna redirect us to the list of item page until when we need a home page or something else, then we can stop this redirect. Okay, so I'm gonna save this. You can also create the link, like in the navbar you can also give it the link to the list of item page. Okay, so the reason why I don't want to do that, maybe in the future I might need this home page for something, to display something in there, so I'm just gonna use to redirect temporarily, but any one of them will work. Okay, so I'm gonna use that in this video. So if I click on the home button, it should take me to this home page. Okay, so choose what works for you or how you want to implement it. All right, so this is what we want to achieve in this video. I also noticed that the filter by category is not working, but we already fixed this in the last video in this model. Okay, you can also design this the way we designed the list of item page, just the same procedures. Okay, so I'm gonna do that, but I'm not gonna show it in this video, but it's just the same procedures like how we did this, so you can follow the same process or follow the same steps to do the list of item page. All right, but what I was saying is we already implemented this. If you search by category, it's gonna filter it down, so you can do exactly the same with the list of item page. Okay, so with that said, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you do, don't forget to click on the like button, subscribe if you are new to this channel, and enjoy videos like this. See you in the next one. Welcome back to another video. In this one, we're gonna look at how to do a date range filter in Django for our stock management system, right? So this is what I mean by date range filter. Okay, let's say we have an item and we've been doing some issue and receives. Okay, so we want to grab all the items we issued or received within a certain date range. Okay, so if you look at the table, we have items that were last updated from the 14th, and we have some on the 21st, then you have the 30th. Okay, so if you want to filter for a certain range, let's say I want to be able to see items from on the 14th all the way up to on the 15th. I click search, we should be able to have only those items. Okay, so this is what we want to implement in this video. All right, so if you're not a subscriber and you enjoy videos like this, you might consider subscribing so that you'll not miss our future videos. We have all the codes on the blog site with step-by-step process as usual. So I'm going to take you through how to build this same filter. It's just going to be a very simple process. So we have only two things that we need to do. We're going to create the forms and then apply it in the views.py. Okay, so we have all the codes right here. So the first step is to make the form. All right, so we're going to make a form that will have this date range filter. So I'm going to copy this code, paste it over on Sublime, and then explain it. Right here we need just two things. Okay, we're gonna open forms.py and views.py. Alright, so on forms.py we're gonna create a form. Okay, and that form will have the date range. Looking at it, currently we have this stock search form for the history data. Okay, so we're gonna change this. I'm gonna create a new form and assign that to this view. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna do right here. I'm going to create the form in here. That's the code I copied. So I'm going to paste it right here. So this is the form that we're creating. We're going to create a form, and that's going to be called stock history site form. Okay, and we're going to have export to CSV as usual. We're going to have two extra fields, the start date and the end date, and both of them is going to be a datetime field. Okay, because we have a datetime field in our model, so we're going to create the same field right here so that we can filter both for dates and time. Okay, so we're going to have our model fields, this category, the item name, start date and end date. Okay, so this is what we need to do in the forms.py file. Okay, so I'm going to save it, but right before I save it, I already saved it, so my server will have break by now. Okay, it is already breaks. What I will need to do is to import this model right up here. Okay, so we're going to import it here, save it, run our server again. Alright, so the next step is to go to views.py, look for the search history view. I'm gonna do find. Okay, it's right here. We have the list history. So I'm gonna change the form from stock search form to stock history search form. Save it and then refresh the application. Okay, stock history. Oh, I got that typo right there. I'm gonna undo and then put history right here. Search and refresh. Alright, so we have our form. Okay, we have the category, item name, start date and end date as expected. Okay, so now, but before the search works, like if I put the date here, the search will not work because we need to make our filter. Like if I choose 2020, that's the month and the day. If I click search, nothing will work. Okay, so it is not filtering down to that date range. So what we need to do next is to implement the date range filter inside our query set. So right in the query set here, we have only search by item names. Okay, we have filter by item names. So we need to add the date range right here. So that's what we have in the next step. So if I scroll down, I have this date range filter. Okay, I will copy the entire query set and then paste it just below this query set. I'm gonna replace this one, but just wanna show you the difference. Okay, if I paste it right here, I'm gonna indent that. So with the previous query set, I have the item name filter. Okay, so this time we're filtering by item names and also by last updated. Okay, so in our models we have a field called last updated, so we want to filter our items or our objects based on the field. Okay, so we're gonna have a range equals the form start date dot value comma form end date dot value. Okay, but remember to put a comma right here, right after the item's name. Okay, right after the item name. So I'm gonna remove this since we have the updated code right here. Save it and then do the test again. I'm gonna click search, and this time you can see it is working. But what I noticed with this range is, like if I choose on the 14, okay, I expect 14 to be listed out here. If I click search, it will not give me that, so I always choose one day ahead. Okay, but it will not give me the date that I put right here. Okay, it's just gonna be the 14 right here. If I put 13, it's gonna be from 13 all the way up to 14. This will not be included. Okay, it's like excluding this from 13 all the way up to 15, but exclude 15. 13 inclusive 14 but excluding 15. All right, so that's how this thing work. Okay, if I click search, you can see we're gonna have that. And if I choose on the 21st and click search, the 21st is not displayed. But if I choose 22nd and click search, you can see we have 22nd or 21st right here. Alright, so this is how to implement the date range field, as simple as that. Okay, just copy and paste, modify the code, and you're done. Alright, so you notice that we don't have a date picker on these fields. Okay, so we're gonna implement that next. In the next video, we're gonna implement jQuery and jQuery-UI in our application so that we can have a date selector instead of typing the dates right here. Okay, but before I go, I'm gonna redesign this page like I have it in here. I want to have the forms line on the left side and the table will be on the right side. Okay, so if you've already know how to do that, you can just skip to the next video if it is already uploaded. Right, but I'm gonna do a quick one. I'm gonna switch over here and then open the template, this history. I'm gonna implement Bootstrap rows and columns. So right below here, just before the form, I'm gonna create a row. And make sure that's aligned. Okay, so I will have that at the end of the row. Alright, so I'm gonna have two columns. One of them will be wrapping the form. I'm gonna give it 2 columns and that right here. So if you're not familiar with this rows and column, you can check the video I just uploaded, and I'm gonna link it on the upper right corner of the screen. I'm gonna create another column. In this time, I'm gonna give it 10, and now and right below this table. Okay. Okay, so just by doing that, if I click save and then refresh the application, you can see it is aligned as I want it. Okay, and in the next video, we're gonna implement this as a DatePicker, and we're also gonna implement some pagination right here. Okay, it might be the same video, we might break it into 2 videos to make it short. Okay, so this is what we want to achieve in this video. If you enjoyed, don't forget to click on the like button, and see you in the next video. Welcome back to another video. In this one, we're going to look at how to implement jQuery DatePicker in our application, and it's going to be something like this. If you want to pick a date, you just click on the date field and a calendar will pop up, and you can select the date that you want. Boom, you have it right there. Okay, instead of typing it out like in our previous videos, we have all the steps on the blog site so that you can follow along with the video, and they're just few simple steps. So if you enjoy videos like this, you might subscribe to our channel so that you will not miss our future videos. Okay, so the first step is to download jQuery. We're gonna implement this using jQuery-UI. Okay, and the UI needs jQuery to run. So the first step will be to download jQuery from the jQuery website, and you can click on this link to take you to that site. Alright, so there are different type of jQueries that we can download. One of them is a compressed, and the other one is an uncompressed version. So the uncompressed one is easier to look into and see what is going on, while the compressed one is for performance purpose. Okay, it is compressed to minimize the amount of files that your browser will have to download, and this allows your application to run faster. So we're going to download the compressed version by clicking download the compressed production jQuery 351. Alright, so there's the jQuery file. I'm gonna press Ctrl A and then copy and then move over to Sublime. I'm gonna create a new file, Ctrl N, and then paste it right here. I'm gonna save it and name it as a file name right here. Okay, so we have jQuery 351.min.js. I'm gonna copy this name and paste it right here. So that's gonna be the name of this file that we are saving. Okay, so I'm gonna save it in our source folder in the app. Then I'm gonna find static, and in static we had this JS folder. Okay, if you don't have it, you can create the JS folder and then open it and save this file within this folder. I'm gonna click save. So we have jQuery. We're gonna move to the next step, which is to download jQuery-UI. Okay, so that's the URL. I'm gonna click it and then it will take me to jQuery-UI.com. I can download the file right here, okay, or with the stable or the legacy. That's the older version. But jQuery-UI has this theme rollout, okay, and this theme is to match the design of your application, right? So if you look right here, we have kind of a black and white or blue colors on our application. So you might want to have the colors of jQuery-UI that matches that. So if you scroll down and click gallery, you can see there are different themes to jQuery-UI, right? So you can look through and see the version that or the type that matches with the colors of your site. So if you look here, we have dark hive that looks similar to the colors that we're using. So if you click download, it should be able to download this file for you after scrolling down and click download again. But unfortunately, jQuery-UI has this error, okay? So we cannot download the theme, but we can download the default theme, okay? So I'm gonna go back and then go back to the home screen by clicking jQuery. Alright, so here we have the stable version, okay? So I'm gonna click this stable button to have it downloaded. So this is the file that we're gonna use, or the folder that we're gonna use. I'm gonna click show in folder. So I'm gonna move the downloaded file to our static folder. We're gonna cut it and then navigate to where we have the application. Okay, I'm gonna open the application, the app itself, and then static. Then I'm gonna open JS and paste it right here. I'm gonna extract the file and then delete the zip file. Alright, so we have jQuery-UI 1.12.1. So this is the folder that contains the style sheet that comes with jQuery-UI. So we're gonna need the CSS files, that is the jQuery-UI.main.css, the jQuery-UI.structure.main.css, the jQuery-UI, the theme.main.css. Okay, so the ones with the main.css is the compressed version. Like for example, we have jQuery-UI.main.css and we also have jQuery-UI.css. So this and this are doing the same thing, but the main.css is the compressed version. Like if you look at the size of the file, this is 32.1 kilobytes, and if I click on the UI.css, you have 37.3 kilobytes. Okay, so likewise the theme.main.css is 13.8 kilobytes, and the one without the main.css is 18.7 kilobytes. So you would want to use the smallest file for your application so that the files will be downloaded quickly and your application will run faster. So after downloading and extracting the jQuery-UI, we're going to move to the next step, and that is putting these pieces together. Okay, so we have the JS files and the CSS files. Okay, now if I look into the folder, you have the JavaScript files, you have the CSS files. So these are the files that you need to run, and these pop up the calendar on your site. So the JavaScript creates the calendar while the CSS file style it. Okay, you apply colors and also how the calendar looks. Okay, so this is how these files work together. Alright, so we're gonna configure Django to look into this folder and pick these files, load them on the browser. Okay, that's what we have here. We're gonna copy this code and I'm gonna explain it. I'm gonna paste it in the template where we wanna run this calendar. Okay, so if you look into the app, we have this page, that is the history page. So I'm gonna look for that file or that template in templates folder, and we have list template right here, the list history template. So I'm gonna paste it within the header. We have the header all the way from there up to here, so I'm gonna paste it right below this line. I'm gonna indent that. Okay, so we have 3 CSS files: the jQuery-UI.main.css, the structure.main.css, and the theme.main.css. So on the jQuery side, or the JavaScript side, we have the jQuery and the jQuery-UI. Alright, so on the code I have the jQuery-UI.css, so I'm gonna add .main.css here. Alright, so that we will load the main version, okay, or the compressed version. So we had the jQuery-UI, so I just changed that to jQuery-UI.main.css. So any one of these 2 files will work fine, but I would want to load this instead of the UI.css. okay, so I'm gonna switch back here, and then now if you look in here, we have jQuery 340.main.js. while we downloaded the jQuery, if I go back here, we have jQuery 351.main.js. so we have an updated version here, while our code is a little bit outdated. So I'm gonna change this to 5.1, jQuery 351.main.css. Alright, so we have jQuery UI 1.12.1. Let's confirm that's what we have, jQuery 1.12.1. Alright, so we have it right there. So the third file, the third JavaScript file here, is gonna be the file where we're gonna write all our JavaScripts that we want to implement on the site. Okay, so this is where we're gonna write the codes that we want to implement on the site, and this file will be created inside JS folder, then the file right there. Okay, but before we create this file, I'm gonna explain what we have going up here. So like in this folder, we have the CSS files, that is the jQuery-UI.main.css, the jQuery-UI.structure.main.css, and the theme.main.css. So these are the files that creates the styling for the jQuery UI components that you're gonna add on your site. So we're gonna link to all these 3 CSS files. Okay, so that's what we have here, and we have the version 1.12.1 for all the 3. So I think that is fine there. So I'm gonna save it and create this file in JS. So right in static, we have JS. I'm gonna right click and then click new file. I'm gonna save it as myjs.js. So whatever file name you give this is what you're gonna reference in the file. Okay, and make sure you save it in the JS folder. So I'm gonna click save, and also confirm that you have the same file name right here, because this is the file that we are referencing here. So we have myjs.js. okay, now I'm gonna save everything and then refresh the app. We can see that nothing happens if I click on the date field right there. Okay, we have to tell the application or our browser to pop out the calendar once we click these fields. Okay, and by default, if we use date time field, Django uses date time input for the class name of this field. If you use date field, I mean right here in the model, so this field right here, the date time fields, if you use date time fields, the class name will be date time input. Right, so we have it in the forms right here as date time field. So remember that these will have a date time input as a class name. If you have date field instead of date time field, you're gonna have date input as a class name. If I switch over to the block side and then scroll down to step number 4, we have this document.ready function. I'm gonna copy it and then paste it in the myjs.js file. That is the file that we created right here. I'm gonna paste it. So in document.ready function is where you write all your JavaScript and jQuery codes. Okay, and the reason why you will need to do that is you want to make sure that your document is fully loaded, your HTML document is fully loaded before any JavaScript code is executed. Alright, so this document.ready function helps us to achieve that. So I'm gonna type all these JavaScript or jQuery codes within this document.ready function. Okay, so to apply the date time picker or the date picker, we're gonna have the class name, that is the date time input dot date picker. Okay, so the JavaScript will look for any fields that have this as a class name and then apply a date picker on it. All right, so we're gonna allow the year to be changeable, likewise the month. So I'm gonna save it and show you how that works. I'm gonna select control and refresh. So I'm gonna click date field, and right there we have our date time picker. Alright, so the reason why I have this change year true and change month true is this. I'm gonna remove change year true, save it. Okay, so if I refresh and click again this, you can see we cannot change the year. We can choose the month but not the year. Okay, so we'll need to keep switching back and forth to move over to the next year or the previous year. So it is important to have the change year true and change month true. Alright, so let's try to filter our data. So I'm gonna refresh so that we can choose the year. So I'm gonna choose July 1st to August 31st and then click search. Okay, so we have an error here. July 1st 2020 value has an invalid format. It must be year, month, day, hours, minutes and seconds. Alright, so we're submitting this format while the application is expecting, or Django is expecting, this other format. So we need to write a little bit of code to convert or to submit a date in this format instead of this other format. Okay, so to do that, we're gonna go back to the JavaScript file. So we're gonna change the date format, colon, we're gonna have the string. So Django is expecting the year, month and the day, so we're gonna write year, month and day, save it and then click back, refresh and then try it again. Click search. Alright, so this time it's working. Okay, so I'm gonna update the code right here to add the date format. So let's do some search. I'm gonna check if I can filter from 1st to on the 15th, from the 1st July to 15th July. Click search. Alright, so we have that search filtered down to that date range. Okay, so this is how to implement jQuery-UI or the DatePicker to your application, and I hope you enjoyed this video. If you do, don't forget to click on that like button and click on that subscribe button if you enjoy videos like this. See you in the next video. When you compare this app with the demo version, there are a few things left, and one of them is the background image. Okay, so this is the demo app. You can see we have a background image here, and we also have this version display button. If you click on that, it will give you a modal, and in the modal we have the system information displayed in it. Alright, so this is what we want to implement in this video. If you're not a subscriber and you enjoy videos like this, I'm inviting you to subscribe to our channel so that you will not miss our future videos. So as usual, all the steps are right here on the blog side, and it is video number 35 of Stock Management Information System. So I'm going to close the demo app and then start coding this. So the first step is to add the background image. Okay, so we're gonna copy the image in our img folder. Alright, so if you switch over to Sublime, inside the static folder you have the CSS, you have img and JS. So inside img is where you're gonna copy the bg file, and if I click on it, that's the background that we're gonna use. So if you want to use the same image, I'm gonna put the link in the description below. Alright, so I'm gonna download that. We've already done the download, so we're gonna use this code in the body CSS. Okay, so I'm gonna copy that and then paste it in style.css right here in the body. I'm gonna paste it right here. So we're gonna have background image URL. So we're gonna move back one step and then go into img folder. Then we're gonna have this bg.jpg file. Right, so since we are in the CSS folder, this style.css is right here in CSS folder. So you're gonna move out one folder and then go into img, then you're gonna have bg.jpg. So that's what we are doing here. Move back one step, go into img and then bg.jpg. So if I save this and then refresh the application, I'm gonna click refresh. Right, so you have it right there. If it doesn't work, click Control or select Control on the keyboard and click refresh. So that will give you the background color. So just by doing that, you have the application looking so much better. So the next step is to add the version button up here. All right, so that's what I'm going to do next. So if I scroll down, I have the HTML code right here. So I'm going to copy it and then paste it in the navbar. All right, so we want this button to appear on all the pages of the application. I want, if I'm on the home page, I should be able to see that button right here. So the navbar have that feature already, so I'm going to paste it in navbar.html template. So right below the navbar, I'm going to paste it right here. We're going to have a div right here, and in the div we're going to have the name of the application and the version. We're going to make it a clickable link. So if I save it and then head over here, do refresh, you can see we have it right there. So we have to have the CSS going to style it. So if I switch over here, you can see we have the modal div. But before I explain that, I'm gonna style this ID. So we have version display as the name of the ID for this div. Okay, so I'm gonna head over to the block side and copy the CSS path, and that is the false path right here, version button. So I'm gonna copy this and paste it in the style.css. I'm gonna scroll all the way down, paste it right here, save it, and refresh. Great, so we have the CSS and the style is applied on the div. Alright, so we've given it the background color of this reddish color, and the text is white, shadow, and then the rest of the styling is right here. That's what we are having right here. Okay, so but you can choose your own style and design. Now we want to be able to click on this button and have more information about the app, and that will be displayed in a modal format. Alright, so to do the modal, we already have the HTML code. Okay, so if I switch over here on the navbar.html, that's the modal code right here. So the modal is triggered by clicking on something. Okay, so that's the clickable link right here. So you're gonna have a hash symbol here. That means even if you click on this button, you're not navigating to any other page. Okay, so you're gonna have a data target as my modal. Right, so what this one will do is, if you click on this button, it's gonna look for something that has an ID of my modal, and that's what we have in this div. Okay, so this div right here is having an ID of my modal. So by clicking this link, you're gonna trigger this div. Okay, and this div is already styled as a modal or a dialog box. Okay, and that is all taken care of by the bootstrap that we have in our application. And if you don't see that, I'm gonna link that video. You can check the upper right corner of this video or in the description below. Alright, so we're gonna have a class called modal dialog box, and then in that modal dialog box we're gonna have the modal content right here. Okay, so in the content we're gonna divide it into two sections. One of them will be the modal header and then the modal body. Okay, so in the header we're gonna have system information, and then in the body we have the detail information, including our contact details and the logo of the developer. Alright, so if I save it, that is already saved. So what we need to do next is to apply the CSS code. So that's what we're gonna copy next. And if you head over here, if you scroll down, the modal header, modal body, modal content, and then the dev info, that is the styling of how text is gonna look inside the modal content. All right, so that's the styling right here for the logo. So I'm gonna copy from modal header, from modal header, and then paste it in the stylesheet.css. I'm gonna paste it right here, save it, and then refresh the app. Let's check if it's gonna work. If I click it, alright, so let's try to debug this. So this happens quite often. Most of the time it's about the JavaScript that causes this to fail. Okay, so I'm gonna press Ctrl Shift and I if you're on Chrome, or what I can do is to click here and then go to More Tools and Developer Tools. So right here you can see we have few errors. Alright, so this is not necessary, but we need to fix this. The bootstrap.bundle.bin.js failed to load resources, so this needs to be fixed. So if I check in this template, we need to find this and make sure it is loaded. Alright, so I'm gonna move over to that template. It's called the stock details template. So I'm gonna check it. Right here we notice that we have the stylesheet.css, the bootstrap.main.css, but the bootstrap.bundle.main.js is not loaded, the jQuery is not loaded, and our my.js file, but this is not really necessary. So what I'm gonna do is I already have it in one of the templates, so I'm gonna copy it right from there. So that is the jQuery UI. So if you don't have this code, please check on our jQuery UI video. I'm gonna link that to in the description or in the card that will show right in the upper corner of this video. So I'm gonna copy all this content from here all the way down here and paste it in stock detail page. I'm gonna replace this and then indent that, save it, and then try again. Alright, so that error is gone. We have another error right here, but this is about getting the document for this. That is not necessary. Alright, so we should have this working. If I click this, you can see the modal is displayed. So I'm gonna close out that and then test it again. Alright, so we have the modal. Okay, so we want to make sure this is clickable. Okay, we want, if the users click on our logo, this will take us to our website. So I'm gonna head over to the navbar. That's where we have the code. So that is the logo right here. So I'm gonna wrap it in an anchor. I'm gonna go to http://www.com. Right, so I'm gonna close it right below here. Okay, so we're gonna save it and then refresh, try it again. Okay, so that's working, but it is opening in this window. I don't want that to happen, so I'm gonna target it to a different tab. So I'm gonna target _blank. So that will make it open in a different tab. Okay, so I'm gonna refresh again, click the version information button, and then click the icon. Right, so you can see that is going to our website. So I'm gonna close that out. So that is how you add the modal and the background onto this application. So if you check around, let's check the home button or the home page and see if it's gonna work. Right, it's working here. So I'm gonna press Ctrl refresh, click it again and see that it is working. I'm gonna go to list history and then make sure it's working right here. Ctrl refresh, click it, so it is working right here. You can check around if some of them are not working. It might be because of that JavaScript error that we just fixed. So I hope you enjoyed this video. If you do, don't forget to click on the like button. And if you're not a subscriber and you enjoy videos like this, I'm inviting you to subscribe to our channel so that you will not miss our future videos. Thank you and see you in the next video. at this point we've implemented all the features of the application, but we want to add some few cool things before we wrap up the series. Okay, so in this video we're gonna do two things. One is to add these page buttons. Like if I have more than 15 items here, or let's say 10, it will now create pages. For this one I have only one page, but if I go to the list history view, you can see we'll have multiple pages. But before I click on that, just look at what will happen to this navbar right here. Okay, so we've implemented something that looks like the page is loading or give you a progress bar sort of. Alright, so if I click list history, see what just happened, that blue line that just went across the page. So this is what we're gonna implement in this video and the pagination. Alright, so if I click on page 2, it takes me down from item number 7 down to 12. Alright, so I can go back to page 1, which will give me from item number 1 to item number 6. So you can define how much items or how much rows do you want to display in the page. Alright, so let's move to the blog site where we have all the codes so you can easily follow this video. Alright, so the first step is to download the Pagination plugin. So I have the URL right here where you can go ahead and get this file. So I'm gonna click here and then click download. Alright, so that's the file downloaded right there. Okay, so I'm gonna open the folder and then move this file to the project. So I'm gonna go to src, then in the app I'm gonna open static, and in JS this is where I'm gonna paste a file. Okay, so I'm gonna extract it and then delete the extracted file. So this is the pager plugin that we just downloaded. Okay, so that's what we need from this folder. So I'm gonna click back and then rename this folder to pager. Okay, so now we're gonna link this file, the paging.js file, in our project. So I'm gonna do that next. Alright, so all the JS files I've moved them right below the page, okay, or at the bottom of the page so that the page will run faster. Alright, so I have the JS, my JS right here, and this is a file where we write our custom JS. So just before this file is where I'm gonna insert the pager.js file. So I'm gonna copy this and then have the pager right here, pager/paging.js. Alright, so this is the file that we copied in JS folder. So you're gonna go to JS, then pager, that is JS right here, then pager, and then we're gonna have paging.js. That's what I have right here. Okay, so I'm gonna save it and then move to the next step. Alright, so we just did this. Now we're gonna add this script in our JavaScript file so that it will now look for any class with table and then apply paging onto it. Okay, so it's gonna set the page limit to 15. So I'm gonna paste that right in my.js. So I'm gonna put it right above this one, save it, and then confirm that we have this file loaded right here. That is what we have here. So I'm gonna check the list history page to see that it is working. So right here I'm gonna click Control refresh. If I scroll down, alright, it's not working, so let's check why that is not coming. Alright, so actually it is coming right here. So what I will do is to limit this to 6 instead of 15. So we have 12, so we will need to have up to 16 before it creates the next page. So I'm going to limit that number to 6, save it, and then refresh. Okay, so we have page 1 and page 2. So what I'm going to do next is to style this text right here. Okay, so I'll add that styling right below the JavaScript code. Okay, so I have the style already typed, so I'm gonna paste it right in the stylesheet.css. Okay, so I'm gonna open stylesheet.css right here. I'm gonna paste it. You're gonna have paging.nav and then paging.nav for all the anchors or the clickable links, and then the selecting. So I'm gonna show you this right here. So this is where I get all these classes. All right, so if you check in the JavaScript file, here we have the paging nav, we also have the selected, and then the anchor is somewhere around here. Okay, so this is how you style that class. Okay, so I'm gonna save it and then do a refresh again, so you can see it is styled the way we want it. So we're gonna add the CSS to this page. All right, so I'm gonna move to the next step. So let's test this before we move to the next step. I'm gonna click page number 1. So we're right at number 1. So I'm gonna click page 2, right? So we can see that is working. So I can also use these arrows to move from one page to another. Okay, so let's move to the next step. That is adding the progress bar. Actually, this is not gonna check how much percentage of the page is loaded. Right, so this is just to throw in some cool stuff that we can flash on the screen. We can actually make it work as the page is loading. Like, it's gonna give you a rough estimate of how much percentage is loaded on that browser. Okay, so what I'm gonna show here is how to do that effect, but not the actual page load percentage. All right, but if you look into the documentation, you should be able to do that. So now I'm gonna download that plugin here. So I'm gonna click here to download it. I'm gonna download the zip file and then extract the file. I'm gonna cut it and then move it to the project. So right in JS is where I'm gonna paste it, extract it, delete this file. Alright, so we have end progress master. I'm gonna rename it to just end progress. If I open this file or this folder, we have end progress CSS and end progress.js. So we need to add both these files to the project. So that's what we're gonna do next. I'm gonna copy this line that is for the CSS and then paste it in this file. So right here, I'm gonna scroll up and then paste it just below the Bootstrap CSS. I'm gonna bring my custom CSS below. Click save. Actually, before saving, we need to paste the JavaScript. We need to paste the JavaScript as well. Copy and then paste it right here, just before the my.js.js file. Alright, so I'm gonna save it and then do. So this is what is gonna start and stop the loader, okay, or the end progress. So we need to put this in the my.js.js file. So I'm gonna paste it right here. Save it. So this is gonna start the loader and then end the loader right away. So, but there is a documentation in this folder right here in progress. If you open readme.md, you can see a lot more usage of this app, okay, or this plugin. So right here is what you can use to define how much or at what stage the progress will be at. So that can be set based on how much page is loaded or how much content is loaded on your browser for that page. Okay, so I'm not gonna go into that. I'm gonna head back to the application. I'm gonna do control refresh again. Right, you can see that just pop up or that just flashes. Okay, so this actually works well if the page is heavily loaded or at least having some decent amount of data. So because our page is very fast, you're not seeing the loader clearly. Okay, so what you can do is to take these two CSS or the JS files, including the CSS file above here, and then put them in the rest of your page so that you can have this effect on the entire application. So I hope you enjoyed this video. If you do, don't forget to click on the like button, and I hope you enjoyed this series. So, and thanks for following us from the beginning of this series all the way to this video. I'm gonna enhance this application in a feature series to add a lot more features on it. Alright, so but I'm gonna update you on that. So thanks for all the support, and I hope you enjoy the entire series and you're able to follow along. So see you in another series.